Councillors, we resume on item 4, and that is the request approval of hostel revitalization unitary plan for 2025. Sorry.
Thank you, councillors. We start with the ACDP, Councillor C. Rolson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings again to you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 4, the request for the approval of hostel revitalization unitary plan 2025. Madam Speaker, the ACDP shares the vision of the hostel revitalization unitary plan of 2025 to 2030. Which is the diversified provision of sustainable human settlements for the citizens of Johannesburg by the provision of quality homes in vibrant communities where people are proud to live and work a reality for the residents of hostels. Madam Speaker, the ACDP supports all strategies and plans to upgrade and improve the current conditions of the hostels. However, the ACDP is very concerned about the lack of adequate funding since 1994 for the improvement and rehabilitation of hostel infrastructure. Residents that were interviewed had this to say: hostels are a disaster waiting to happen. Second comment: I am afraid that this building is going to collapse on top of me. Madam Speaker, the hostels are already near collapse. And the ACDP calls on the city management to aggressively address this matter with greater urgency before lives are lost. Madam Speaker, our residents deserve better. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Olsen. EFF, Councillor Nenemba.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Reverential greetings to the EFF caucus leader, Commissar Mqini Nchwaku, our Chief Whip, Tabisa Mukhape, and the 29 battalions of the EFF. Reverential greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors, and most importantly, the workers, hostel residents, and oppressed people of Johannesburg. The economic freedom fighters rise today not to oppose, but to welcome with revolutionary caution the hostel revitalization unitary plan, because it speaks directly to the lived suffering of our people. People who for decades have been abandoned in crumbling hostels, forgotten by the government. Speaker, hostels were never built with dignity in mind. They were apartheid instruments of control, built to house migrant laborers, to separate black men from their families, to extract their labor while keeping them in dehumanizing conditions. Decades into democracy, many of these structures remain unchanged. Hostels are overcrowded, unsafe, and neglected, with blocked sewers, poor ventilation, and no proper family facilities. Our people live in squalor, while the elites live in sentiment. Speaker, this is why the EFF says this plan is long overdue. Revitalization of hostel is not a favor. It is a constitutional moral obligation. Speaker, we support this proposal because it aligns, even partially, with the principles that the EFF has always fought for, which includes spatial planning that integrates the poor into the city. The plan recognizes that hostels cannot remain isolated pockets of poverty, but must be connected to transport, clinics, schools, and economic opportunities. The EFF will see to it that residents return after revitalization, because too often redevelopment is used as an excuse to displace the poor. The EFF welcomes the relocation plan whilst revitalization takes place, provided that the residents will not be dumped far away, but kept within reach of their communities, jobs, and schools. But Speaker, the EFF is not naive. We know how easily progressive plans are hijacked by private profiteers. We therefore support the revolutionary caution that there be, 1, no exploitation by developers, 2, enough community participation, 3, fair housing mix, 4, safe temporary housing. Speaker, in addition to support to this plan, the EFF calls all construction, security, and maintenance companies to employ hostel residents and local communities. Redevelopment must
40
include
seconds left.
redevelopment must include schools, sports, facilities, and proper sanitation. Speaker, in conclusion, the EFF will vote in favor, but will also watch, we will organize and will hold this city to its weight. The hostel of Soweto, Alexander, Diepkloof, Meadowlands, Orlando West, and beyond must be turned from symbol of apartheid, neglect, into symbol of democratic dignity. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sigebe from the UDM.
Madam Speaker, we are presented with the Hostel Revitalization Unitary Plan, a proposal that aims to transform the living conditions of residents in Region D and E. At its heart, this plan seeks to address decades of neglect, to restore dignity, and to move our city closer to the promise of the Constitution, which guarantees every person the right to adequate housing. There is no doubt that the scale of ambition is commendable. The plan is phased over the medium-term expenditure periods, beginning with the basics of occupancy audits and stakeholder engagement, before moving towards secure tenure, leases, and ultimately ownership. It is an attempt to replace aging end-of-life hostel buildings with modern family-friendly units, while maintaining a dual focus on land value capture and ongoing hostel management. Stakeholder consultations have already taken place with hostel residents, traditional leaders, and regional officials, which shows a measure of inclusivity in shaping the framework. The financing approach is also innovative by drawing on land value capture and private sector participation. Particularly through the engagement of large financial institutions, the city hopes to unlock resources that can accelerate delivery. In principle, this could allow us to do more with less, leveraging both public and private capacity to achieve a social good. At the same time, there are matters of concern that must be acknowledged. The plan is heavily reliant on the appetite of banks and master developers. There is uncertainty about what happens if that appetite is not forthcoming or if market conditions change, such as the US having to sneeze and we seem to catch a cold very fast. The implementation also depends on several entities and departments working seamlessly together, which past experiences tells us is not always the case. Without clear coordination, the risk of delays is real. Community buy-in, while initiated, is not yet guaranteed. Relocation and rotating during construction is always sensitive, and unless there are transparent
50 seconds,
guarantees, residents may feel insecure about their right to return. Moreover, the economic empowerment of hostel communities themselves is not yet detailed beyond the promise of construction jobs, and vulnerable groups such as women, youth, and people with disabilities are not explicitly addressed in the plan. Therefore, as Council adopts this plan, we must establish a dedicated project plan unit, a management unit, to drive and coordinate delivery. We must secure alternative financing models beyond the banks to safeguard against market failure. We must formalize a hostel stakeholder forum to guarantee resident voices and to build trust, and we must embed gender, youth, and equity safeguards so that the benefits of revitalization are truly inclusive. The revitalization of hostels is long past due, and this plan can become the catalyst for genuine transformation.
2 seconds, Councillor.
But its success will depend on these commitments being honored. With them in place, we will not.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matebane from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA welcomes and note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Matebane. Councillor Kanile from the
Cha angithokoze kakhulu somlomo umuntu acoshelele ithuba ngikubingelele. Ngibingelele usodolopha engekho namhlanje. Ngibingelele ucaucus leader wethu weIFP uMMC Mabaso. Speaker, it is the first time that in the city of Johannesburg, coming with a representation plan yokuzothuthukisa ingcenye zethu zendaba zasema-hostel. Speaker, siqonda kahle ukuthi in the 31 years siku democracy zincane kakhulu izinto ebeyikhuluma ngodaba lasema-hostel nanenhlalo yasema-hostel. Kodwa umuntu ngabe wenza iphuthu ungayibongi isifunda saseGoli ukube siqhamuke nale plan ngaphansi komnyango wehousing la eGoli ukube lizolekelela nokuqhamuka le plan ezosiza ukushintsha impilo zabantu eindaweni zokuhlala ema-hostel nokuletha nje isithunzi kubantu basema-hostel la uthola khona ukuthi abantu ema-hostel bahleli ngaphezulu ka-30 noma nga-14 endlini eyodwa kungabikho even ngisho i-private abantu behleli. So le plan lena speaker izosilekelela kakhulu ukwakha nje nesithunzi kakhulu sabantu abahlala ema-hostel. Siqonda kahle ukuthi ke kule 31 years uhulumeni kazwelonke kuphinde kube uhulumeni wesifundazwe uhlulekile kule minyaka le ukuza nohlelo oqondile ukuyothuthukisa indawo zasema-hostel. Speaker, before ngihlale phansi, we wanted to thank abantu base City of Johannesburg ngokuba sonke sibe semzweni ofanayo ukuthi ke indawo zasema-hostel noma impucuko yasema-hostel isalele emuva kulesikhathi samanje. So therefore, Speaker, as a IFP, we support this report. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga, Councillor. Councillor Rambani from the DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Fellow councillors, good afternoon. I was glad when they told me that the Hostel Unitary Revitalization Plan is coming to council, because we all know that all our hostels in Region D and E are in bad states and beyond repairs. They are built with the apartheid spatial planning. This item seeks to address that. The Hostel Unitary Revitalization Plan is aimed to maximizing the spatial location of hostels and create better urban conditions. The assets where hostels are located are large and they already have installed bulk infrastructure. Speaker, funding remains uncertain. The plan leans heavily on profit sharing with private developers and risk sharing with the banks. Yet history tells us that without clear guarantee of capital grants and subsidies, projects stall or are delivered in half measures. We cannot allow hostels to wait another decade while financing models are debated. Accountability is blurred, with multiple actors like the city, JOSCO, JDA, developers, and the banks. The DA calls on a transparent governance framework who will be responsible when timelines flips, when quality fails, or when profit projections are short. We cannot afford finger pointing while communities remain in limbo. Resident right must be protected. The promise of right to return after redevelopment sound good on paper. But too many relocation projects in the past have broken that promise. Without a binding allocation strategy and strong residents forum, this plan risks displacing the very people it claims to uplift. Speaker, social integration requires more than building. The plan talks of linking hostels to economic and social amenities. But unless there is firm investment in transport, jobs, schools, and safety, we risk building new walls of exclusions. Environmental sustainability is absent. Hostels already suffer from poor designs. If this revitalization does not embed green building standard, energy efficiency, and climate resilience, we will simply be repeating mistakes of the past. The DEA would like to see the following: a ring-fence funding strategy with timelines, subsidy commitment, and transparent financing terms with developers and banks. A resident-led oversight forum to ensure participation, communication, and accountability at every stage. Clear legal guarantee on the right to return and fair allocation of unit. Strong environmental standard to ensure sustainability. Quarterly progress reporting to Council so that this plan does not gather dust like so many before it. Speaker, the DA support the Hostel Revitalization Unitary Plan, but we raise strong caution. Its success will not be measured by the ambition of its document, but by the quality of life it delivers on the ground. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rambane. The ANC, Councillor Mabona.
Thank you, Speaker, again, and the residents of Johannesburg. I now rise to speak on item 4, which seek approval of the Hostel Revitalization Unitary Plan 2025. As the ANC, we are pleased to express our full support for this initiative, which aligns perfectly with the principle of responsible, inclusive, and people-centered governance. We are proud of the progress made under leadership in the past under the visionary leadership of Mayor Amos Masondo, with successfully converted at least 494 units from M2 City Deep, but not name a few hostels into family units. This milestone reflects our unwavering dedication to transforming hostels into dignified, safe, and inclusive living spaces. We also acknowledge and commend the provincial government effort in driving this program forward through active monitoring and support, especially in addressing the historically delay that have long hindered hostels development. Let me pause here to reflect on painful but essential truth. Women in South Africa carry the heaviest burden on poverty, homelessness, and vulnerability, yet they remain the backbone of our communities and the heartbeat of our resilience, adapted from the struggle shared by women in hostels community and informal settlement. Too many of our mothers, sisters, and daughters still live in unsafe, overcrowded, and undignified conditions, especially in around hostels that were never designed with women or family in mind. The revitalization of hostels is not only a matter of infrastructure, it is a matter of justice, of dignity, and gender equality. Let us continue working together across party line and across level of government to build a better, more human Johannesburg for all, where no woman is left behind, and every family has place to call home. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mavona. MMC Mabaso.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself once again, and I align to the protocol that has been established in the House. Speaker, I appreciate that all the councillors supports the revitalization unitary plan as presented. And we note and accept the proposals that have been forwarded by councillors. I will engage with them even on the sideline so that I collect those proposals that they've submitted for us to see how we best improve the document going forward. Considering, Speaker, that this is the first document to be approved by the City of Johannesburg Council, and none of the municipalities, the provincial government or the national government, has a clear plan in terms of the hostel redevelopment. The engagements and the consultations were conducted with the leaders of the hostels. We've engaged with the mayor, with the MEC, and all of us were present when we engaged with the leaders of the various hostels, and some of the councillors were even present in those sessions. What we appreciate, Speaker, is that even the national government is waiting for this plan. The provincial government is also waiting for this plan. This plan is an outcome of the engagement between the City of Johannesburg and the national government and the provincial government. When I met last year with the then Minister of Human Settlements, Minister Kupai, she wanted us to present a clear plan in terms of the hostel redevelopment. Hence, we went on to devise this strategy. And we've been workshopping it together with the MEC for Human Settlements in the province. So we will receive support from both spheres of government. But we then said, Speaker, we need to broaden our scope, because we know for a fact that in terms of resources, we are overstretched as government. We will not have sufficient capacity to support all these programs and activities that we want to conduct in hostels. Hence our option as well to invite the financial institutions so that we are able to bridge finance. So it's something that has been done in Johannesburg. We are replicating what we were able to do with the South Hills mega development, because with that development, the city was able to appoint Standard Bank as a master development, but we've got more subsidized units that we are delivering than your bonded houses and any other type of houses that are there. So we are replicating that because we want to bridge finance. We want to make sure that all the capacity and the resources that are there in the market, we also bring them on board so that we are able to execute this plan without any hindrances, especially around the lack of finances. So we appreciate that all caucuses support this plan, and we hope that this plan is going to change and improve the living condition of the residents of the hostel. This plan is long overdue. The redevelopment of hostels is long overdue, and the City of Johannesburg has taken a right direction in the approach on how we should deal with the issues of development in hostel. But it's also talked to the management as well, and it's something that Councillor from Action SA has raised earlier on, to say we need a better model to manage the hostel. So this also talks to that, and there are activities that we'll be embarking on prior to commencing the redevelopment of the hostel. So we appreciate the support, and we welcome all the contributions that have been put forth by councillors, and I will engage with them outside so that I'm able to collect all these proposals that they are putting forth. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, the recommendations are on page 4.12 to pages 4.13. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We're now on item 5, and that is City of Johannesburg, MFMA in-year financial report.
Just hold on. I see two hands. Councillor Santana and then Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can I request that we combine items 5, 6, and 7 as one, and then use the speakers list for item 7 for the relevant speakers. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I align with the thinking, not with the drama earlier on. Thank you.
Okay, because we are saying item 5, 6, and 7 be read out together, and then we will go according to the speakers list. We'll check who's on both and who's not, but we will allow everyone. Thank you so much. STC.
All right, councillors, on item 5, and that is the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 30th April 2025, read together with item 6, which is also the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st May 2025. And lastly, read together with also item 7, and that's the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended in 30th June 2025.
Councillor Nkonza from ACDP.
Yes, shalom, Speaker, once again. Just to make sure that you don't cut me because it's 9 minutes.
You have 9 minutes. Can you? Yes, you have 9 minutes. I've asked them to give the time accordingly. Yeah, it's 3 times 3 is 9. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, once again. I've already acknowledged our Almighty God before. Now I'll just go directly to my guiding manual before I start my speech, Madam Speaker. Allow me to quote from the book of Luke, chapter 16, verse 10. It reads as follows: "The one who faithfully manages the little he has been given will be promoted and trusted with greater responsibilities. But those who cheat with the little they have been given will not be considered trustworthy to receive more." Madam Speaker, I stand to speak on item 5, 6, and 7, the COJ MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 30 April, 31 May, and 30 June. Madam Speaker, the ACDP caucus would like to genuinely congratulate the appointment of MMC of Finance, Councillor Loyiso Masugu. We warmly welcome you to the finance portfolio. As the ACDP caucus, we remain steadfast in our commitment to ensuring financial accountability and transparency within the City of Johannesburg. Our focus today is on the provisions of the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA, specifically the Section 71. The MFMA, as mandated by the Constitution, obliges all 3 spheres of government to operate transparently in matters of public finance. It forms a central pillar of the broader reform package for local government, as set out in the 1998 White Paper of Local Government. Section 71 of the MFMA, together with the Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulations, MBRR, provides mechanisms to guarantee openness, accountability, and regular oversight of municipal finances. On the monthly budget statements, Madam Speaker, Section 71, subsection 1 requires that by the 10th of the working day of each month, the accounting officer must submit a detailed report on the budget's progress to both the mayor and the relevant provincial treasury. Upon receiving such reports, the mayor is duty-bound to take the necessary steps to identify and address any financial concerns that may be reflected in them. Unfortunately, this vital step is not being implemented with the seriousness it demands. This omission undermines both fiscal discipline and public trust. Madam Speaker, the MFMA, through the MBRR, specifically prescribed this transparency to ensure effective monitoring and early detection of financial irregularities.
Just hold on, Councillor. Colleagues, please, can we just allow the person on the podium so that we can hear him? There's a lot of rumbling. Thank you, Councillor Nkonza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protecting me. And number two, publication of the monthly budget statements. Equally important is the obligation for municipalities to make these budget reports publicly accessible. The MFMA and the MBRR Section C require the municipal manager to publish the monthly budget statements on the municipality's website and display them at the head office, satellite offices, and public libraries within 5 working days of submission to the mayor. This publication is not merely an administrative task. It is a constitutional mechanism to facilitating public awareness, participation, and oversight in financial governance. Regrettably, MMC Masugu, this obligation is being neglected. Reports are not being made available in public domain as required, meaning communities are denied their constitutional right to scrutinize the financial health of their municipality. This law is clear. Submission and publication must take place prior to tabling, not afterward. In conclusion, MMC Masugu, the timely submission of publication of Section 71 reports, which is the in-year reports, would enable council, stakeholders, and the public to, number one, monitor actual capital expenditure per vote. Number two, to identify and interrogate material variances from the approved budget. Number three, it will evaluate progress against the service delivery, which is the SDBIP. And number five, ensure remedial or corrective action is taken when necessary. We acknowledge MMC Masugu that you are among the very few MMCs who take this report seriously, often showing more diligence than even the current executive mayor. We therefore call upon you to lead by example and prioritize the timely submission and publication of Section 71 reports. By doing so, you will strengthen accountability, enhance service delivery, oversight, and restore public confidence in the city's financial management. God bless Africa, especially the people of Sudan, which represents the largest and fastest displacement crisis in the world, the largest humanitarian crisis ever recorded. Those who self-hate themselves, they don't even talk about Sudan. Over 12 million people are displaced and living 30.4 million in humanitarian aid or support. We continue to pray for the shalom peace of Jerusalem, the people in Gaza and the surrounding areas, the resilient people of Israel, as we declare Jeremiah 1 verse 9, they will fight you, but they shall never prevail, for the Lord is with you. Shalom, shalom.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. Before we carry on to the next speaker, can the driver or the owner of HC27GM-GP, it's a Toyota Fortuner, please go and close your car windows? Thank you. Councillor Zita from the EFF, you have 4 times 3 minutes. 3 times 4 minutes.
That's 12 minutes, Speaker. Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF party leader, Commissar Chwaku, EFF caucus whip, Tabisa Mohapi. Speaker, the EFF note and accept the Section 71 in-year financial report as presented. This report is important in terms of compliance with MFMA, but more importantly, it gives us insight into whether the city is using resources in a manner that changes the lives of our people. Honorable Speaker, as the EFF, we approach this report guided by our 7 cardinal pillars. One of them is expropriation of land without compensation, and that reminds us that no financial stability is possible when majority remain landless. This report shows billions circulating, yet communities such as Costa that are protesting right now that are without land. Our fiscal and health must translate into land, housing, and dignity of our people. Honorable Speaker, we therefore agree with this report accuracy, but strongly criticize its implication. A surplus of 1.1 billion means nothing when communities remain without basic services. Underspending on capital projects while overspending on bulk purchases reflect skewed priorities. The EFF demand this council takes urgent steps to, number 1, redirect resources toward capital projects that directly service the poor, and the culture of rollovers and delays, and deprive residents of housing and infrastructure. Build internal state capacity to end wasteful outsourcing. Develop an energy plan that reduces dependence on ESCOM and protect the city from blackout and fettered coals. Speaker, as the EFF, we're not here to rubber stamp numbers. We're here to demand the budget become bridges to dignity, and the financial report are not just compliance exercise, but instrument of people's power. Item number 6. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcome the presentation of Section 71 in-year financial report for the period ending 31 May 2025. This report is important because it allows to assess whether the city of Johannesburg is staying true to the commitment it made when adopted the budget. Speaker, as the EFF, we cannot overlook the serious concern that emerged from the report. Number 1 is cash flow weaknesses. The city ended May with decrease of 851 million in cash balances. This negative movement is not just a number, it reflects poor liquidity management that may threaten service delivery if left unchecked. Number 2, revenue collections. While the report shows a 90.7% collection rate in May, the year-to-date collection rate sit at only 85.8%. This is below the city's own target and shows a worrying trend of under-collection in areas such as water and refuse services. It means we are billing residents but failing to collect, which compromise the city's financial sustainability. Number 3, overspending on bulk purchases. The city overspent on bulk electricity purchases from ESCOM due to higher tariffs and increased unit purchases. This points to weak planning and reliance on ESCOM without credible strategy for alternative energy generations. Number 4, capital expenditure. The city has only spent 55% of its capital budget. The underexpenditure means fewer infrastructure projects, fewer jobs created, and communities still waiting for promised development, Speaker. Despite the concern, Speaker, the EFF recognized that the city has recorded an operating surplus of 1.4 billion against the budgeted of 1.1 billion. This indicates some discipline in operational expenditure. We also note improvement in certain revenue streams, such as interest and operational revenue, which shows innovation and financial management. Therefore, we sharply criticize the poor collection levels, underspending, and capital project. We agree to support the adoption of this report. We do so because it reflects the reality of the city's finances. Speaker, as the EFF will continue to hold this executive accountable. Item number 7. Speaker, we must be honest to our people. An adjustment budget is not just an accounting exercise. It reflects the priorities of this administration and reveals whether the promises made to residents of Johannesburg are being fulfilled. When we analyze this adjustment budget, we see a number of serious concerns.
Number one, service delivery impact. Many line items of service delivery, particularly infrastructure projects, are being reduced or shifted. Communities that were promised road, water, electricity, and housing upgrade will now have to wait longer. This is a betrayal of the people's expectations. Number two, revenue and collections. The city continues to struggle with revenue collection, Speaker, especially in utilities like water, refuse, and shows poor system and weak political will to fix what is broken. Number three, borrowing and debt. We note with concern the city's borrowing to plug holes. If this continue unchecked, future generation will inherit a city drowning in debt while service collapse. Speaker, while the EFF sharply criticized those shortcomings, we must also acknowledge the positive aspect. The adjustment of budget brings more realism into the financial planning of this city. It is honest reflection of current revenue performance and expenditure patterns. Without this adjustment, the city will be operating on a false budget, which is even more dangerous. We therefore agree to support this report, and not because it's perfect, but because it provides a corrected baseline that allows accountability. At the same time, we want to put it on record that the EFF will continue to fight for a poor budgeting, for an aggressive program of revenue collection, and for cutting wasteful administrative expenditure. Speaker, our support does not mean complacency. It means we are ready to use information contained to fight harder for the working class and the poor of Johannesburg. Nakensa, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zita. Councillor Nkonyeni from Action SA. Is Councillor Nkonyeni not in the house? You have 5 times 3 minutes.
Ngikona speaker ngebhadi or ngenhlanhla, depending on how you look at it. Akekho engizomshaya namhlanje nawe speaker ngixolela. Ngifuna nje ukukhuluma ngama finance item namhlanje. I rise to speak on item 5, 6 and 7. Greetings to the house. All protocols observed. Speaker, I rise today to speak on financial reports for April, May, and June 2025. I don't want to dwell on the figures these reports display. What matters is the reality they reveal. A city failing its people, money meant to fix roads, money meant to equip clinics, money meant to build schools, money meant to deliver basic services, all of it wasted. Municipal systems are slow, projects stall, resources are mismanaged, and the leadership, they have tolerated mediocrity. For far too long, residents pay, yet the city fails to deliver. This is not inefficiency, this is leadership failure. Revenue that should keep the city running is not collected effectively. Loans and grants meant to uplift communities sit idle. Municipal entities operate at a loss while residents wait. Everyday operations consume money that should have gone to real change. Residents, this is your money and it is being mismanaged. Action SA believes in clean governance. We believe in accountability, we believe in transparency, and we believe in putting residents first. We have seen it done. Dr. Nasipi Moya turned Tshwane's finances around. She proved that leadership, discipline, and political will can fix even the most broken systems. And Johannesburg can be next. We ask the residents of this once great city to trust us with their vote. To stop the explosions and then the wasteful expenditure, then we come back and then we put paving and then we call it a road. Come 2026 local government elections, the waste will end, the delays will end, the mismanagement will end. Loans and grants will reach the communities they are meant to serve. Municipal entities will operate responsibly, not the recycling of COOs and CEOs and whatevers that don't serve us. Loans and grants will reach the communities. Projects will be completed. Resources will be used effectively. Residents will see services delivered, streets repaired, clinics equipped, schools supported, because this city will finally be run for the people, not for excuses. The underperformance you see is a result of a crumbling GLU that has no other interests outside of positions. By the way, the very same positions that they can't even use effectively. Action SA will demand accountability. Action SA will enforce fiscal discipline. Action SA will ensure that every cent, every resource, every plan is used to serve you, the residents of Johannesburg. The era of excuses is ending. The era of mediocrity is ending. Action SA will lead Johannesburg to a city that works efficiently, responsibly, and transparently. Change is coming, and residents, you will feel it. Your money will matter. Your services will arrive. Your city will finally work for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Santana, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 5, 6, and 7, the City of Johannesburg MMFA in-year financial reporting for the period ended the 31st of March, April, and May. April, May, and June. My apologies. Madam Speaker, I've been largely covered by our colleagues, but I need to note, looking at the figures that we have, is the ever-increasing debtors book, now up to 67 billion. And then our creditors also looming up. So at the point, if we're looking at it from a residential point of view and as councillors, it seems that we are being financed by our creditors to run the City of Johannesburg because we are failing to collect our debtors book. What also makes it quite sad is if we look at the numbers as well and the reports that we see in front of us, we settled short-term debt in the region of 3.75 billion, which was the DBSA loan and then the short-term loan also from Standard Bank. What is concerning is that we also received a DBS loan for 2.5 billion long-term loan, or one of the banks, as ADF, I think it was. So on paper, it looks like we have financed short-term debt with long-term debt. That's what the numbers are telling us, which is a major concern. Speaker, then we get to where we look at our capital expenditure. I'm obviously certain, and I'm sure the MMC can clarify, that we have not raised any accruals in these figures, but it's a little bit disappointing that we've only managed to spend 79% on CapEx. And even more concerning, that we highlight in our budget 1.2 billion of our own cash to be spent on projects, and we only spend 596 million. So it comes back to our budgeting process in the City of Johannesburg. We're clearly not looking at the numbers, we're clearly not looking at trends, and we're budgeting stuff that is not realistic. I'm imploring that when we get to the next budget cycle, that we actually engage with all of us to try and bring a budget that is meaningful, that's talking to the debtors collections, that is talking to everything that the city is currently doing, and put a budget out there that's realistic and not creating expectations that we cannot deliver on. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, we are concerned of our cash, and we're also concerned that we are not collecting our revenue. I do applaud that we did get some uptick in terms of the collection rate, but it was not in terms of the budget that we have budgeted for. And obviously with the new increases that came through from the 1st of July, obviously we're going to see a tank again in our collection rate. And we need to obviously as a city understand how we're going to unpack our collection rate in order to ensure that we're collecting and we're paying our creditors on time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Councillor Boer. Jy praat net op een item, né?
Goedemorgen, Madam Speaker. Good morning, fellow councillors, all protocols observed. I'm rising in those 3 items. I've been a little bit covered by some of the previous colleagues. However, I'm focusing specifically on item number 7, the MFMA report for June 2025, as this is the latest one. By the way, none of those reports have been presented to the Section 79 committee, so no oversight has been done so far. What is concerning about those reports, Madam Speaker, we see that on the CAPEX spending, as mentioned by the previous speaker, our CAPEX spending was 79% this year, at least up from 71% last year, but still from the 7.5 billion rand budget, only 5.9 billion was spent. And 1.6 billion, which is so much needed in the city, remained unspent. More concerning is that on our conditional grant spending, we only spent 83%. 615 million rand remains unspent and will most likely be returned to National Treasury. Also, money that we urgently need to spend in the city. What is furthermore concerning, if you look at one figure, the CAPEX spending of City Power on the May MFMA report, they have spent year to date 976 million rand. They managed to close off the year, 30th June, 1 month later, to have CAPEX spending of 1.64 billion, meaning that they have spent 646 million rand CAPEX spending in 1 single month. Madam Speaker, I don't know if this is physically possible to spend 976 million in 11 months and then you come in month 12 and you spend 664 million rand. Very, very, very unlikely. Madam Speaker, yes, the collection rate is up, and it's especially applauding to see that the collection rate for water in June was up to 84%, and that is really long, long overdue, and we hope that this can be sustained. But there is a concern as well. The city is aggressively trying to collect money from our honest-paying residents by cutting them off, issuing termination notices on estimates. People that are paying honestly every month their bills, and they're still getting cut off. And I think the city is focusing to collect money where the money is available and neglecting the other customers. Our debt is standing at 67 billion rand. It cannot creep up every month uncontrollable. And that brings us to debt impairment, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry to say, I don't know if you can trust this MFMA report. On the MFMA report, it says our debt impairment came down from 6.9 billion, which was the actual figure from an original budget figure of 8.2 billion. And if you only collect 86%, it cannot be that our debt impairment goes down. Just as an example, Madam Speaker, our 180 days plus debt increased from 47.8 billion in 23-2024 to 56 billion in 24-25. That is an increase of 8.6 billion. How is it possible that our debt impairment is only 6.9 billion? It cannot be. But except from that, we see on our income statement an item that has never been there before, irrecoverable debt written off. There's no budget for that, and it's an amount of 635 million rand. That will also go down as an irregular expense because it's an overspending on a budget item. The same applies to employee cost, 588 million rand, overspending, irregular expenditure. Bulk purchases, overspending, 3.1 billion, irrecoverable expenditure. And the Freedom Front has warned the then MMC and the mayor about those items, and we see again those things happening. So we again have to explain what is going on there. Madam Speaker, I'm closing off. The most alarming figure, and it was mentioned by my previous colleague, is our trade creditors. Our trade creditors went up from 1.6 billion rand by June last year to 18 billion rand by June 2025. That means that the city is funded by our creditors. That is why projects are halted, because we do not pay our creditors. Madam Speaker, how is the city going to pay pay back 18 billion rand, money that has already been spent and that is owed to suppliers. We just cannot afford it. We cannot keep on this trajectory because those people are not going to be happy to wait forever to get their money. And of that 18 billion rand, 9 billion rand of that was incurred in June only. So in June, we made massive debt. We incurred debt of 9 billion rand. And when are we going to pay this back? We do not collect enough money for this. Madam Speaker, to close off, the city's financial figures are really concerning, and we really need to improve them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raadslid. Councillor Madupi, ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, fellow councillors, officials, and residents of the city of Johannesburg. As a point of departure, let me start by also falling on the same line as Councillor Mkonza to say, well, we welcome you, Councillor Loyiso Masuku, as a newly appointed MMC. And I hope that residents, lelo namo lelenten le utlwile ha Councillor Mkonza abua hore ka hare ho ANC re na le capacity. He believes that we can turn this city into being a better city. And I want to say, but even in our mayor, we have confidence. The only thing that we need to do is to make sure that we strengthen our institution to enable us to do our work. The same capacity that our newly appointed MMC, Loyiso Masuku, has been extolled of, our mayor still has. Madam Speaker, I also want to say to the residents as they have listened, Councillor Nkonyeni speaks of once a great city, meaning like Kutlwela Lelona Eba Ahiba city of Johannesburg. Since after 2016, we have lost that greatness as the city of Johannesburg. Now we are going towards 2026 local government elections. Please assist us that we do not come as a coalition, that African National Congress, it comes back strong so that it governs alone without coalition. Madam Speaker, I rise here to address the financial position of our city as captured in the Section 71 in-year monitoring reports for April, May, and June 2025. These reports, items number 5, 6, and 7, give us a clear picture of where we stand, where we have made progress, and where urgent attention is required. Over these 3 months, we have seen steady improvement in revenue collection. But at the same time, growing pressure on our cash reserves and uncontrolled expenditure that threatens our ability to sustain essential services. Madam Speaker, as the African National Congress, we can present the good news from these reports. Though in April, our revenue underperformed slightly, but you can see by May and June, we collected more than what we had budgeted, up to 1.2 billion rand, above target in June. Our residents, especially in electricity accounts, paid better, from 85% in April to almost 90% by May and June. This shows that with effort, confidence, and better systems, residents are willing to honor their commitments. But Madam Speaker, we as African National Congress, we also acknowledge that there are challenges, very serious. Our spending is outpacing our income. In June alone, expenditure was 3% above budget, wiping out the benefits of higher collections. Our cash reserves, the money we use to pay Eskom, run water, and to keep services running are shrinking. From 5.2 billion rand in April to 3.7 billion rand in June. We are depleting funds that are meant to keep the city stable. Water and refuse collections remain weak, with only around 3 out of 4 bills paid. This is where much of our unpaid debt sits, and it hurts our ability to maintain these critical services. Coming to the capital expenditure. The money meant for building and upgrading infrastructure is still too low. By the end of June, we had only spent 79%, as the previous councillors have observed, of our infrastructural budget. That means goods like water, pipes, housing, and other projects promised to our communities have been delayed. However, what we need to appreciate about this figure of 79% is that you will see that there was a slow or less expenditure in a period of 3 terms, 3 quarters. But just in a period of 2 months, we moved from about 48% of expenditure to 79, meaning that in just a period of 2 months, expenditure increased by 31%. This shows that if we work very well, there is a capacity. We must act, Madam Speaker. ANC believes that we need to put measures that will assist us in making sure that we spend our money better and we collect. In collecting, we must make sure that the poor are protected. We only pursue the capable. We must shield indigent households through the expanded social package, ESP, while targeting high-income households, businesses, and government departments that can and should pay what they owe. We must fix billing and collections. Our residents must trust their bills. Accurate, transparent billing and wider prepaid meter rollout will help both households and the city to stay on track. We must also control our spending. ANC believes that we cannot afford luxury. Every rand must go to service delivery, infrastructure and safety. Non-critical hiring, overtime and unnecessary contracts must be frozen or cut. We must restore trust. Publish quarterly, plain language updates for residents. When people see honesty and improvement, they pay. When they see waste, they resist. We must earn their confidence. Fellow councillors, the situation is not hopeless, but it is urgent. Let us commit to a Johannesburg that is financially disciplined, socially just, and development-driven. A city where every rand is respected, every project is delivered, and every resident, rich or poor, sees their city is working for them. With these words, as the African National Congress, we note this report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matupi. MMC Masuku.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To all the MMCs and fellow councillors. Speaker, noting Councillor Mkonza's issues, I think all of us are clear that compliance is a non-negotiable, and we should never compromise on the issue of compliance. And linking it to the other councillors' points on fiscal discipline and ensuring that our money is spent for the services that the residents deserve. I just want to address the issue of the monthly budget statements. Through you, Speaker, Councillor Mkonza, I think I take your point where you are making a proposal that the city has not been publishing the statements on their websites and in the regional office. I think that is a fair criticism, because at least the website is accessible, especially where there's areas where there's Wi-Fi. Communities can then be able to access that, and I've taken note of that. I will speak to the acting city manager together with the group CFO and the different regional directors for us, firstly, to deal with the issue of loading on the website, but then to see how we can do a systematic way. It may not be on time all the time, but to get them there in the regional offices on the notice boards, I think that is a suggestion that you are making for us to improve at group finance, and I've taken note of that because, as you said, it speaks about public awareness and strengthening the issue of oversight for scrutiny by our residents. And then the second one, where you spoke about, you see, the act is very clear because it says the accounting officer of the municipality must no later than 10 days publish at the end of the month and submit to the mayor and the relevant provincial treasury. But because in Johannesburg we are actually dealing with the issue of transparency and oversight that Councillor Boer and Councillor Zita spoke about, we're clear about that. We first take them to the mayoral committee. When they come from mayoral, because they can't come to council without mayoral committee, from mayoral committee we then bring them to council. There is no requirement for that in that section that I've just read. But because we are very clear that there is nothing for us, it's not necessary not to share the information, because the information actually assists us to make sure councillors contribute to us ensuring we improve. So I would like us to really, let's put it to rest, the issue of always saying every council meeting, the Section 71 reports are late. They are not late, councillors. There's no stipulation, but we bring them. And remember, our council meetings get disrupted sometimes. We end up actually even attending to reports of 3 months ago in a meeting of later than the previous months because of sometimes our meetings don't sit. But we've never hidden. We've always brought them because we are transparent. So I'm pleading. And there was a point I think that was made by that we're not doing oversight. This is the oversight. And we can still even take it to Section 79. Councillor Zita, I take your point on the issue, and I think also Councillor Santana speaks about it on revenue collection. Yes, we accept that there have been challenges, but Councillor Mudubi did indicate that there was a slight improvement towards May and June, but then our expenditure in terms of cash then cancels out all that good effort that would have been done by our officials. We've agreed with the team that we must work on, because all of you, we did indicate even in the stretch session that the Project Lukisa is one action that we are working on strongly to ensure that we deal with issues of revenue collection. And we're going to work together with management in terms of a strategy that actually also includes the employees, because labor when I met with them, they've also raised issues on how they think that there are actually mismatches. So after my meeting with the representatives and the shop stewards, we actually looked at how we can also improve, because they are actually the people who are on the ground. The National Treasury reforms are one action that is actually going to put us in great stead, colleagues, because with those reforms, we discussed at the stretch session how we've given back billing to the entities. And the point you were making about Joburg Water having done good work, we've implored, because if Joburg Water can do it, there's nothing stopping City Power from actually implementing the same, because then the strategy and the systems are supposed to be the same. Councillor Konyeni, yes, you've raised issues of money, and I don't agree with your point through you, Speaker, where you says we've just turned a blind eye on mismanagement of resources. It's not true. We have not done it. This council, actually in Johannesburg, you can go to any SALGA engagement. The city of Joburg is doing so well when it comes to the issues of financial mismanagement on the disciplinary board. Our work in terms of ensuring that we deal with spending and spending the UIFWs in terms of our finances. Furthermore, when we met with the team, one of the things we've raised, and I also raised this in the stretch session of finance, the issue of the frequency of the disciplinary board. Because if the disciplinary board is just there as a white elephant, it then defeats the purpose. Because these cases, they come, they pile up. Financial mismanagement cannot just be a by the way. That is why we've said the frequency of the disciplinary board becomes important, so that we are able to deal with the matters speedily. I'm happy, Councillor Boer, to come back to you probably in a written question or response form, where you are raising a query on, you saying the numbers are not telling when it comes to debt impairment. I've noted that. I don't have a specific direct answer on the figures now, but I'm happy to respond to it in a written form of questions. I've sent the point to the group CFO. And lastly, the issue of the unspent grants. It's one of the things that I've raised, because all of them, the PTNG, PPSG, and the NDPG, are all well below 80%. Now, this is funds that are actually meant for service delivery to uplift our residents. Councillor Mabaso raises it almost all the time in our mayoral committees, because if we don't spend grants and money goes back, then we can't get angry when National Treasury reduces and cuts on us. That is why we're very clear in the mayoral committee. If you don't spend, there must be consequences. Because if you are not spending, it means you are depriving residents. And we, as the MMCs, are not the ones who are actually the ones who must do the work on the ground. It is the administrators. So we've put it very clear. And the executive mayor was very clear to the city manager and his team, the executive, the EMT, that if you do not spend, you have to be put on terms, because this is money that is supposed to assist us to improve the lives of our residents. And we're not going to be apologetic about that. We are not scared of oversight. It's not true. That is why we attend the Section 79 committees. And I've said this before. If there are MMCs who don't attend Section 79, you must call them out. You must be able to call them out, because if we don't attend Section 79 committees, it means we, as the executive, are actually saying, no, there's something to shield. And that shouldn't be the case, because Section 79 is actually a committee of council that needs to be respected, and all officials must, including, as much as we attend, the officials themselves must be able to attend the Section 79 committees. And then I think there was an issue raised, that was raised by Councillor Nkonyeni. That was the oversight issue and Section 79. And then there was also an issue of us in terms of the cash movements and the inflows for the month of June, they amounted to 8.8 billion versus the cash outflows. And as I was saying earlier on, this is including bulk purchases of electricity and water, as well as the salaries citywide. On the issue of salaries, we have looked at the issue of overspending and our salary bill. Colleagues and fellow councillors, our problem still remains the insourcing that was done, and we cannot not speak about it. It remains insourcing that was done because we had not budgeted for it. That is why we will have that particular, but the staff is here, they have to be paid, and they are doing their work. So, what does this mean? This means we will always have this problem of over expenditure on our salaries because we had not properly planned and budgeted for that particular item of insourcing at that time. What is the lesson? We must always do diligence and not take decisions that will have an impact on our salary bill going forward. But that's in the past, but it's important to explain why we will have over expenditure on the salaries because councillors continue to raise the matter, rightfully so. And the last part, I think I take the point on ensuring that we spend the money and make sure we collect, and those who pay must not be subjected to more problems. And Councillor Boer, one of the things we are very clear about, big business has to pay. It can't just only be residents that we follow up. Big business has to pay. And if they are not paying, we have to cut them. We're very clear, government departments have to pay, because government departments also owe the city an enormous amount of money which can actually assist. And those are programs and a commitment that we are making. And we continue to implore and thank residents who are paying. We thank residents who are paying, and we will work with our councillors to continue to ensure in our communities we do community engagements to make councillors aware and understand the importance of paying for your services. And that also goes without saying that even us in this chamber, we have that particular responsibility. I thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask Council to note the reports.
Thank you, MMC Masuku. Councillors, all three reports, 5, 6, and 7, it's for information. Are these items noted? Colleagues, we are going to, it's now 1:20. We are going to break for lunch. We are coming back at 2:20. settle down so that we proceed? We are 5 minutes over our time. I'm not sure it's Section 79 ComDev that's meeting. Councillor Safumba, you have not been part of that Section 79. The chair and my person there has been meeting. Colleagues, can we settle? We continuing? Councillors down this passage. Councillor Ahmed, can we be seated? We are starting. IT, the mics again.
Afternoon, councillors. We are resuming on item 8, and that is the tabling of the 2026-27 Integrated Development Plan budget, budget, the performance monitoring and the reporting process plan.
Thank you, councillors. Item number 8, we're starting with Councillor Harris from the ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I trust everyone had a good lunch. Yesterday was an ironic spring day. On the one side, in Ward 69, on the one side of the street, the young children were having a ball over the time, throwing buckets of water at themselves. On the other side of the street, people were burning tires and blocking the roads with building material because there was no water to be had. I think this was just a clear indication that there are gaps in the education about what the IDP is all about and the need for the IDP process. Madam Speaker, I'm rising to speak to item number 8, the tabling of the Integrated Development Plan, Budget, Performance Monitoring and Reporting Process Plan. As we near the end of this administration, we can reflect on the systems and processes of the Metro. Ward councillors' 5-year plans form the basis of the business plans, and these plans inform the IDP. It is difficult, though, not to see this as a tick-box exercise. Yes, the administration must be commended for conforming to all the regulations and meeting the milestones as set out in the report. Yes, ward councillors are encouraged to table the requests of their wards and to request specific services. However, these are sifted and communities are provided with services and projects as determined by the Budget Steering Committee. 2 cases come to mind. The first is, despite the pleas for assistance, Region B remains the least resourced region, and wards 68, 69, and 82 rank among the most impoverished wards. Swimming pools and sporting facilities are crucial for the mental and physical health of communities, yet no resources are made available to build and secure facilities. Instead, many facilities stand derelict while communities suffer collective punishment for the deeds of unemployed and marginalized people. As the ACDP, we call for a more robust analysis of the socio-economic conditions of the citizens of Johannesburg. This analysis should enjoy greater prominence in deciding on an equitable allocation of resources. The ACDP notes and approves this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Zigebe from the UDM.
Madam Speaker, the process plan is not just a technical exercise, but a reflection of our collective priorities as a council. On the other hand, this process plan shows that Johannesburg has matured in integrating its planning cycles. The clear timelines for workshops, public comments, budget hearings, and strategic sessions give a sense of structure and order. We also note that priorities such as basic services, economic inclusion, inner city renewal, and digital access remain firmly on the table. These are urgent issues our residents face daily, and it's encouraging that they are not being sidelined. On the other hand, Speaker, we must admit that residents are growing wary of hearing about plans while still living with potholes, unreliable power, unsafe communities, and persistent housing backlogs. A well-written process plan means nothing if its outcomes do not reach the streets of Soweto, Alexandra, Lenasia, and Sandton alike. What this plan does well is to outline where we are going. Where it falls short is in explaining how we will get there and how we will hold ourselves accountable when milestones are missed. Public participation, for example, should not just be meetings where officials present slides. It should be about residents shaping outcomes, especially the youth, women, and people with disabilities who often feel excluded. There is also a significant opportunity before us. Johannesburg will be hosting global summits like the G20 and U20 next year. These events must be leveraged not for prestige alone, but for lasting benefits, investments in infrastructure, jobs for young people, and opportunities for small businesses. The IDB process plan should speak directly to how these opportunities will be captured and translated into local development. Honorable Speaker, the truth is the process plan is a necessary tool, but it cannot be the end goal. The people of Johannesburg are looking for cleaner streets, safer neighborhoods, jobs for their children, and dignity in service delivery. That is how they will measure us, not on the number of workshops or compliance with deadlines, but on whether life in this city becomes better. In conclusion, we should support this plan as a framework, but we must also insist on greater emphasis on delivery, accountability, and community ownership. Our task as Council is to ensure that the plan moves beyond paper into the daily lived reality of the people we serve. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sigebe. DA Councillor Whooper.
Good day, Chair, Speaker. Could I forfeit my time to Councillor Christians? I'll just speak on item 9. Thank you.
EFF Councillor Mbambala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the House. Greetings to all 29 battalions of the 26 July movement led by our capable and competent caucus leader, a commissar and an MMC, Dr. Mgwini Chwaku, and our Chief Whip, Councillor Thabisa Mohapi. Speaker, I would like to pose some critical questions with regards to item 8 IDP process. Raising them will be our aim for the executive, including the administration, to ponder on the question raised on somehow plot for an effective IDP process. The first batch of questions are based on strategy and alignment. Beyond the listed 6 priorities.
Councillor, can you just hold on? At the back there, can we please respect? Thank you, Councillor.
Beyond the listed 6 priorities, what specific measurable targets will be used to define success in areas like economic inclusion and digital access? This is important in that who directly or indirectly benefits from economic inclusion and also digital access will not reach everybody for obvious reasons that not everyone has digital access. What happens to those that do not have digital access? How exactly will the city leverage hosting the G20 and U20 summits to directly benefit the 2026 to 31 IDP? Are there specific partnership or investment goals tied to these events? In essence, what are the long-term leverage of such event, considering it is not an annual event, it comes once in a long periodical time? The plan aligns with many frameworks, namely Sustainable Development Goals, NDP, GGT, etc. How will the city manage potential conflicts or competing priorities between these different frameworks? The second batch of questions are based on public participation. Speaker, How will the city ensure that the online and social media engagement reaches a diverse and representative across section of residents, not just those who are already digital connected? This is a concern because public participation at the moment is very low, whether it's face-to-face, social media, or online updates. The document promises clear feedback loops. What is the specific mechanism and timeline for providing feedback to residents on how their input from ward meetings and summits was used or not used in the final IDP? Speaker, what are the consequences for departments or municipal entities that fail to meet their submission deadlines, e.g. for draft business plans as outlined in the process plan? This is important because from a legislative standpoint, the consequences are severe if the municipality does not comply with the MFMA and MSA requirements, which may result in sanction from National Treasury. Also, a delay in one department disturbs the consolidation process, which will affect the other departments. These underperforming departments, one has not seen any serious consequences management taken against them for such delays. Lastly, late submission could result in a department's project or operational needs not being included in the budget, directly impacting the ability to function and deliver service in the coming year. Madam Speaker, as the City of Johannesburg, very little feedback is given to this council on the IGR intervention, especially the DDM model. So how does the district development model DDM actually change the way the City of Johannesburg works the provincial and national government departments on particular level, which will eventually result to a structured and political feedback of the council in the City of Johannesburg?
Councillor Apane from Action SA.
Honorable Speaker, members of Council, Fabulous 44, and most importantly, fellow residents of Johannesburg. I rise.
Can you please speak into the mic, please, Councillor?
I rise on item 8, the tabling of 2026-27 Integrated Development Plan, Budget, Performance Monitoring, and Reporting Process Plan. As the current 5-year plan, IDP term concludes in June 2026, the city shall now be preparing to develop a new 5-year IDP for 2026 to 2031 period in accordance with the legislative requirement. In line with the Section 21 of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 and supporting Treasury guidelines, municipalities are expected to table a time schedule of key deadlines for IDP and budget process by 31 August each year. To most residents, this exercise is like a merry-go-round where residents gather to express their frustrations in their communities, but nothing is done about it. Furthermore, the executive keeps on changing and changing. As a result, no one is held accountable. As Action SA, therefore, we note this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Apane. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start off by saying congratulations to Councillor Masuku. This report is one which actually is detailed in how we're going to follow the process. But this process is what we've been following for how many years now?
Can you speak into the mic, please?
I am speaking to the mic, Madam Speaker. It's right in front of me. Madam Speaker, the process is now a bit more detailed, but it still lacks a few tweaks. And before I even get to those tweaks, I must say, you know, the definition of insanity, I think we all know what it is. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That's why I say it's documented, these processes now, but it's still doing the exact same thing. And what is it that it is doing? I know when the MMC is going to stand up, she's going to say, we're talking here about good
Can
governance.
you take your seat, please? Councillor Rapado?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying to hold myself and not to stand up in this council. I thought today we'll be running this council in a fair, dignified manner, but the disrespect towards you when you try to call and address some few issues, and the way the councillor is addressing you is very unbecoming, and it's very wrong. Please, can you withdraw? That is in front of me. The arrogant answering can't be correct. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Councillor Rapado. I feel exactly the same way that you feel, and for the fact that he calls the MMC she. Thank you. Councillor Christians, I'm sure you heard what Councillor Rapado said. And please speak into the mic.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I meant no disrespect. You said I should stand in front and speak into the mic. I am standing in front and speaking into the mic. I don't know what more I must do.
Councillor, we did not ask for a debate.
Madam Speaker, I'm not debating.
So
I said I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
for the
Speaker. I did say I apologize.
Can you carry on with your speech?
I am,
You've
Madam
apologized.
Speaker, but
Carry
you
on
keep
with your
interrupting
speech.
me.
Carry on with your
Madam
speech,
Speaker, you know, I feel very disenfranchised. As a person who's taller than 1.9 meters, I have to bend over and speak into a mic because you are not allowing us to do it properly, and then we've been chastised that we're not speaking into something, and then we get told we've been disrespectful when we're not. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we're talking about a process here. And I'm not too sure now how to explain. In my culture, if it's a female, we do say she, we don't say he. So I don't know if that was also a matter of disrespect. So if that is a disrespectful thing from a cultural perspective, I apologize for that as well. So Madam Speaker, the MMC, as I said, is doing exactly what we've been doing over and over and over again. But we're expecting different results. And that is the definition of insanity. So if that's not what people want to hear, then I'm sorry. But when we're going to talk to this item, the MMC is going to come in and say, this process is to deal with good governance, accountability, and credibility. But it's not. When it comes to good governance is not a checkbook exercise where we just tick the boxes that we've done it. We've done the processes, we've tabled it before council, we've given dates ahead of time, and we've had those meetings. That is not good governance. Good governance is actually listening to the people and taking note what they say and not going there with already a foregone conclusion. Madam Speaker, accountability. Who are we accountable to in this council? We've got a plan here, but how many councillors who are sitting behind me and in front of me have actually been asked, are you okay with those dates? Are you okay with having public meetings in an open forum? Would you like to go into the new century and have online meetings because that is what your residents want? It's not been done. Yet we talk about accountability. Who are we being accountable to? We've only been accountable to our own bosses and our own owners of our political parties. And that is exactly what we've seen before us once again. Madam Speaker, the next thing is credibility. If you recall, not too long ago, I stood up in this house and I spoke about credibility. The processes that are being we have been asked to accept going forward for the next IDP is doing exactly the same thing. We're not reaching 6 million people in the city of Johannesburg because we're doing the exact same thing and we're going to get the exact same outcome. We were told, read. I was told, read. And when I read that document previously, it said 20,000 is the target. Is that a target for 6 million people? 6 million people. And somebody said yes from across from me. So clearly they don't understand where credibility comes from. Because 20,000 for 6 million is not a credible number. And what was the outcome of the target of 6,000? It was 5,400, which was actually less than that, and 4,800 were the two outcomes. It did not reach that target, even though it was so low. Why? Because we're spelling out once again in this process the exact same thing. The exact same thing. And why? Because we are scared to say we are failing and we need help. please, ward councillors who are sitting behind me, help me to get the numbers up. Ward councillors sitting in front of me, notice I don't say to the left of me because there's no ward councillors there. Those in front of me, please come and tell me, please come and tell me, how do we get the numbers up in your wards? Because that is what's going to give us credibility in this process. So, Madam Speaker, we can listen to what I have to say, or we can already close off and give Councillor Rapadu the ignition that, you know what, whenever Councillor Christian stands up, let's call a point of order to see if he goes off track. But I've got a chair on technology. I'm not going to go off track, Madam Speaker, because ultimately I'm credible when I'm talking about it, because I'm talking about facts and figures. I'm not talking about hearsay.
Councillor Christians.
Through you, Madam Speaker, my apologies.
Madam Speaker, we need to correct something. And I know that this council is being flighted out there and they are recording. So, but
Councillor Wax.
Former Speaker, former Speaker of Council.
Councillor Wax.
Well, let me address you. Let me not address him. When please, can Councillor Christians not take it as a sign of disrespect when I'm standing up to caution around the issues of disrespect?
Thank you, Councillor.
It can never be.
Thank
So
you.
please, can you withdraw that as a point of personal explanation? Thank you. Mara, the former Speaker should know better, not howl. Thank you.
Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Christians, can you continue? Your time is running. I stopped it, but it's going to run. Councillor Rapadu, asseblief toch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this process is something that's legislated. But can we just accept that we're going to follow what the legislation says as a tick box exercise? We actually want to do it genuinely. And credibility is where the genuineness comes into it. We are failing our society. We are failing Johannesburg. And clearly, we are failing this House. I thank you.
Councillor Madupi from the ANC. Thank you, Christians. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors, and baahi ba toropo ya Johannesburg hape ke le dumedise ke khutle hape ke dumedise le baeti ba rona ba teng kwano monana le khotleng la rona. Madam Speaker, I rise here on behalf of the African National Congress, carrying the voices, hopes, and urgent needs of the communities we serve. We are not here to trade words. We are here to set in motion a plan that can change lives. Before us is the 2026-2031 Integrated Development Plan Process Plan. This is no ordinary document. It is a strong, disciplined, people-centered blueprint for a Johannesburg that works for everyone. It provides clarity, no more confusion about who is responsible. It provides timelines, no more endless delays. It demands alignment, no more scattered projects that do not connect. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, it enshrines the voice of our communities, ensuring that we listen before we act, that we plan with our people, not for them. These strengths are not just technical details, they are the foundation of dignity. A clear plan means water flows to taps sooner. Strict timelines means roads are repaired before they fail. Community-driven priorities mean no ward, no neighborhood, no family is left behind. As the ANC, our commitment is simple. We do this in the best interest of our communities. We do this so that when residents speak of local government, they speak not with despair, but with pride. We do this so that 5 years from now, we can all point to real visible improvements. Safer streets, working infrastructure, opportunities for our youth, and say with confidence, we planned it, we budgeted it, we delivered it together. Colleagues, this is our moment. Let us adopt this process plan not as a formality, but as a declaration that Johannesburg is ready to move from politics to performance, from promises to proof, from debate to delivery. As the ANC, we support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Modupe. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker, and to all the councillors. I don't agree that this is merely a tick box exercise. I think we all have a responsibility to ensure our communities participate and come out. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to disappoint Councillor Christians because I'm not going to say the things that he expected me to say. But I am going to say, yes, as much as this is legislated, but we must do our part because it's about a deeper civic involvement of our communities. So if we must make sure that this must happen, yes, we must all do it together. And as ward councillors, we must therefore not fail our residents, and we must make sure we mobilize our residents to actually come out and attend sessions that are meant to make sure that they are part of the decision making, to make sure that they are empowered to engage and make legitimate contributions into the society that because they are the residents of Johannesburg. And remember, this process is about also building trust. Now, Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance always stands and speaks about how they will do better and so forth. Now, this is an opportunity to do better. This is a call to action for all councillors to say from your respective caucuses, make sure residents participate in the processes. And Madam Speaker, ward councillors must also participate and not boycott IDP sessions. Because councillors, some of them, they know themselves. They don't attend.
Just hold on, MMC. Okay. Councillor Ran. Councillor Ran has put up a hand, but others are screaming at the back. Can we not have that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could just please put on record that our councillors were all in attendance for their ward IDPs.
Thank you, Councillor Ran.
We pulled the records.
Councillor Ran, thank you. Councillor Depe, please. Please, Councillor Depe. Councillor Ran, can you speak to your councillor, please? Thank you, MMC.
Out of the 18 public participation processes, more than 10 of them community members complained about the absence of some ward councillors who were not there in their wards. So what I'm speaking is a fact, and Madam Speaker, we can actually even publish those. So the onus is also on us as public representatives to be truthful to what we say. And when we say that we must encourage people, we must do it honestly. And so that the residents also are empowered and they gain the agency that is required in terms of inputs and participation. And so that when we do the decision-making process, at least at the back of our minds, we're aware, yes, the numbers are not always possible to reach, but there is improvement. And if we can do a comparison, which is not necessary. It's not necessary for us to be doing a comparison in the previous years, but there has been improvement, and it's I'm correcting the councillor that said social media and online are the only methods. No, in the physical meeting, there's also an opportunity for you to submit manually. There are forms that are there. So the submission is this, but there is a process for those who prefer online to connect online. So I ask council to approve, and I'm imploring all councillors to go to their communities and encourage community members to participate in processes of engagements in our city, because as residents, they have a right to voice themselves and make sure that we have meaningful public participation. And we have an obligation as councillors to do that as well. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 8.6. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We're now on item 9, and that's tabling of the 2025-26 public participation outcomes report of the CBP and IDP process.
Thank you. Item 9, we start off with the ACDP councillor, Councillor Harris.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 9, the tabling of the 2025-2026 public participation outcomes report. As councillors, we can attest that these sessions did indeed take place, and they are taking place. The participation methodology as described in the report is accurate. However, the accuracy, seriousness, and effectiveness of these sessions is another matter altogether. The Human Settlements is not mentioned as a department that is critical to the health of Region B. The poor condition of the rental stock, as well as the old age homes in Ward 82 and other wards, was discussed, but when the IDP was presented, it was stated that there is no budget to attend to the myriad of problems. The Sports and Recreation Department gets a free pass always, because facilities are derelict and not fit for purpose, and the reason given is because of the chronic vandalism. The whole public participation process activity is really just, it's a stressful time for residents, because they come out and complain and the words are spoken but nothing gets done about it. Communities are asked to identify priorities, but when they do, the only priorities that appear is the priorities that officials decide they need to get. So these processes are not really grounded in fact. The ACDP notes these reports, and we apologize to communities for the flaccid attempt to create the impression that they are being heard. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Zigebe.
Speaker, there's something that the AIC would like to say.
Councillor Mshongo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I know that I'm on the speaker's list, but I want to donate my speaking time to Councillor Zikebe. Thank you.
You are killing the AIC. You are honestly killing the AIC. I hope they can hear you. Councillor Zikebe.
You've got 6 minutes.
Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit concerned. Correct me if I heard wrong. The speaker that stood up just now said he's not on the speaking list, but he'd like to donate his time. If you're not on the speaking list, you don't have time. You can't donate your time.
He's on the speaker's list. He's on the list the same way that Councillor Kanyile was on the list. He was on the list.
Okay, Madam Speaker, the list we have printed
Yes,
before us
he was
doesn't
on
have
the
it.
list. He had given us the name in the morning. The same way Councillor Kanyile had given the name.
Madam
Now,
Speaker, I'm not arguing to you. All I'm saying is the list we've been given did not have it, but thank you for that
Can you-
clarification, and please get us the updated list.
Can you
Thank you.
Can you look at the list on item number 4? Thank you, Councillor Zikebe. I wouldn't do illegal things. I wouldn't.
I think people were absent in the morning and they only woke up because you fed them, Honorable Speaker. But it's fine. That means you are a good
Councillor
host.
Zikebe, can you just hold on? Councillor Belinda? If you go to item number 4, I'm showing you. If you go to item number 4, Councillor Kanyile is not on the list, but yet they had given us the name and it was not there when we printed. So the same applies to Councillor Mhlongo. Thank you. Councillor Belinda. Councillor, your time is waiting for you.
We don't have a problem, Madam Speaker, for the person giving his time away. We are just querying the fact that we are on item 10 and you are referring to item 4.
No, I was making a comparison with Councillor Christians.
Okay, thanks, Madam.
Thank you.
Councillor Belinda, on item 9, not
Councillor,
10.
can you move on to your
you.
item, please?
Honorable Speaker, the report before us touches the very foundation of democracy, accountability and service delivery in our city. This report is not just about process compliance, it is about whether the people of Johannesburg feel heard, represented and ultimately served by those entrusted with public office. At the outset, the city has fulfilled its constitutional and legislative obligations in ensuring that public participation takes place. And it is encouraging to see that almost 10,000 residents engaged through community-based planning sessions and regional IDP summits. That is no small achievement. The adoption of the asset-based community development approach is also a progressive step, moving us from treating communities as passive beneficiaries to recognizing them as partners in co-production and development. The structuring of sessions into ward clusters and regional summits demonstrates an effort to draw grassroots voices into the broader IDP and budgetary processes of the city. These are commendable achievements that should not be understated. Yet, Speaker, while the process deserves recognition, our role as councillors is to interrogate where improvements are necessary. The report itself admits that not all sessions were well attended and that mobilization must be strengthened. This raises questions about whether our outreach has been broad and inclusive enough, where the voices of young people, women, and persons with disabilities and informal traders were fully represented in these engagements. A participatory process can only claim legitimacy when those who are most vulnerable and most affected by service delivery challenges are part of shaping the outcomes. Another concern lies in the absence of a clear feedback loop. Communities raised priorities year after year, but there is little clarity on what is being implemented, what is planned, and what remains unresolved. Without a transparent mechanism to show progress, public participation risks becoming an exercise in expectation management rather than delivery. Communities want to see action, not only acknowledgement of their concerns. We must also be honest about the recurring nature of the issues raised. Infrastructure backlogs, informal settlements, and unemployment, crime, unstable utilities and urban decay have been reported repeatedly across the regions. This consistently suggests that while participation is happening, the capacity of key entities such as the Johannesburg Roads Agency, City Power, Joburg Water and Human Settlements remain insufficient to resolve these matters decisively. This is not only a governance question, but a structural challenge that must be addressed through stronger resourcing, partnerships and accountability. Moreover, the process has remained largely physical in nature, despite Johannesburg being a youthful and technologically connected city. The lack of digital engagement platforms such as online surveys, WhatsApp feedback channels, or word-based dashboards is a missed opportunity to expand inclusivity and participation. We cannot continue to rely solely on town hall and cluster meetings when technology provides an opportunity to reach a wider and more diverse cross-section of our residents. These gaps, however, should not be seen as failures, but as opportunities. We can strengthen mobilization by working more closely with ward councillors, community radio, and digital platforms to improve inclusivity and attendance. We can develop public-facing dashboards to track progress on community priorities so that residents know what is completed, what is planned, and what is delayed. We can ensure that quick wins identified by communities are delivered within the financial year as a way to build trust. Entities must be resourced and supported when necessary, but where they consistently fail, council must exercise firm oversight and demand consequence management. We must also innovate by piloting participatory budgeting, youth-led forums, and digital engagements to deepen this culture of participation. This report reflects the strength of our democratic systems and the continued commitment of our people to engage with their government, but it also highlights the need for us to move beyond participation as an event towards participation as a sustained partnership. Our challenges as leaders is to ensure that voices translate into budgets, that budgets translate into delivery, and that delivery translates into a better life for all who call Johannesburg home. For these reasons, I support the noting of this report, but urge this council to address the gaps so that participation becomes not only meaningful, but impactful in changing the lives of our people. Madam Speaker, before I sit down, I'd like to wish the coach of Arnolds Pirates and the staff a speedy recovery as they are in hospital after doing a very patriotic job in helping those who were in accident. Also, congratulations to Councillor Masuku and also to Councillor Zungu. Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Councillor Christians from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I start, I'll only be taking 2 minutes of my 4 minutes. The other 2 minutes will be going to Councillor Hooper. From the DA to the DA, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this item, we're talking about the outcome report of CBP. And I think we need to spell out CBP. It's community-based planning. Now, I don't understand how community-based planning can be done when you cluster wards together to the extent where some community members cannot even get to the ward where it's been held outside of the area. Madam Speaker, we make that call once again. Speak to our ward councillors. They're willing to help. They can set up the meetings in their communities, as the word says, community-based planning. That is the only way we're actually going to deal with proper public participation and not the farcical thing that we are seeing today. Thank you.
Councillor from the EFF, Councillor Mbambala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings. I rise on item number 9. Greetings to all 29 battalions of the movement of the 26th July movement led by our capable and competent caucus leader, a commissioner and MMC, Dr. Mdini, and our Chief Whip, Councillor Thabisa Mogape. The EFF always prides itself to superiority guided by its 7 cardinal pillars, complementary pillars, manifesto and policy discussion documents. We bring this to the city not to always complain, but to also offer solutions. So on the given that some sessions were poorly attended, we recommend to the city of Joburg that it implements specific strategies to improve mobilization and ensure more democratized representation in the future. This should be a deliberate, well-thought-out process that will indeed bring a proper and meaningful participatory process. Then the city should also look into the digital divide, because the document's not a digital device. As a community issue, and that online session were held, the city should ensure that the online participation method did not exclude those without reliable internet access. In essence, there should be an audit process as the city branches out into each ward and region. Ensure that it assists areas where there is unreliable internet access and that when addressed, it is used for the COJ participation. The assess-based community development ABCD approach in mentioned. How was the methodology specifically implemented in the sessions? How was it different from previous years' methods? On this issue of targeted groups, what are the specific, distinct outcomes of issues raised in the target sessions with women, youth, business, and people with disabilities that were different from the general public sessions? The city will also encourage a culture of community-driven project to the city should, and the city should showcase and motivate other communities with this project without being responsible for them. The unfunded community-based project prioritized from the 2024 to 2025 budget, with a total is 405 according to the report, which resulted in unmet priorities, should also be cited for we expect the report to cancel concerning this project. There are also many low-hanging fruits out or quick turnaround projects within the COJ, which should be identified per ward and report on the status of their implementation. In governmental relations, issues which are outside the city's direct mandate, for example, policing, SAPS, education, health, etc. What specific agreements or follow-up process are in place with provincial and national government departments to address them? For example, in the division of revenue and extras, there are grants for schools, clinics, etc., which are not under the jurisdiction of the municipality, and yet the community comes to the councillors to assist where there is provincial jurisdiction to. So one day, through effective IGR forum, which should be on engagement in council, we should consider getting clinic schools under the municipality. Because we have JMPD, we can leave SAPS. As we note the two recommendations, I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hooper from the DA.
Number one.
Good day, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 9, all protocol observed. Speaker, while we believe that public participation is crucial, we do not support the current iteration of the budget due to skewed priorities, wastage, and a focus on misusing credit meant for unfunded mandates or basic services. The main issues with the SBIDP process on ongoing focus on low-level, easy-win KPAs for departments and directorates and the entities, which perhaps represents a servile and obsequious method of making the current GLU MMCs look good. And the issue with the linked CBP process was a lack of advertising, which resulted in poor attendance and a lack of participation in the sessions. While CBP sessions have previously assisted with formulating strategic projects that truly benefit disadvantaged communities, as of late they have become a tick-box exercise. CBP workshops are often delayed, postponed, or poorly organized by officials and certain councillors and ward committees that should be doing more to ensure participation by community members. The city can evidently do more to communicate the importance of CBP sessions and advertise those sessions by group communications and marketing, the Speaker's office, our regional service centres, and ward councillors themselves. Speaker, the city should adequately and effectively advertise CBP sessions to residents to ensure informed participation, actually strengthen our democracy within the city, and to meet legal obligations, as well as foster accountability and improve the relevance and effectiveness of our city's development plans and services by aligning them with community needs. Speaker, that said, the city and the current administration, led by a bunch of neo-Marxists, can certainly do more to ensure the SBIDP is actually aligned to a better budget, focusing on revenue enhancement and improved KPAs. And the CBP process should result in projects that are actually aligned to the real needs of residents. Speaker, please note our disapproval and dissent for item 8 and 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Modupi from the ANC.
Ko leboha hape motsamaisi wa dipuisano ka hare ho kgotla. On this item, the African National Congress will be supporting it. However, there are some issues I would like to highlight that are emanating from the debate. I think that our definition of the community as presented by Councillor Christian would not be assisting us. I think the manner in which this public participation are conducted by clapping the words together is working very well. Because communities are not defined by words. I can tell you, as the ward councillor of Ward 67, I serve more than one community. We've got a community with the common characteristic which cut across two wards, which is 66 and 67, Joburg and Bellevue. Now, it would not make sense for you to say you want to only focus on Ward 67 when the challenges of Ward 67 and 66 are the same, particularly Joburg and Bellevue. Then you are going to have another community which is on the Upper Houghton, Killarney. Now, their needs are going to be different from those of Joburg and Bellevue. Now, I think when you club the words, I think the city would have taken into consideration to say, let us bring these people together so that each of the members of these different communities are able to raise their issues. I want to support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matupi. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And for the comments, we ask Council to approve the report.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, colleagues, the recommendations on page 9.8, is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We're now on item 10, and that is the ratification report for appointment and designation of the municipal valuer for the remaining period for the general valuation role and general valuation role of 2023 and supplementary valuation rolls.
Councillor Harris, ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 10, the appointment of the municipal valuator. The ACDP expresses its thanks to the retired Director of Valuation Services, Mr. Piet Eloff. We also welcome the appointment of Mr. Faiz Sheikh as the municipal valuer. We understand the need for the city to maintain a municipal valuation role. We also understand the need for the city to generate revenue through a fair way of valuing properties. It is not ethical, though, to maximize revenue by overinflating the value of properties. Yes, there is an appeal process, but the general feeling is that this process places an unduly heavy burden on the property owner to successfully lodge an appeal. We wish you well, Mr. Sheikh. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. Please re-evaluate the process of valuation, objections, and appeals as you settle into your new role. Restore the confidence of property owners in your office by ensuring that valuations are in line with the guidelines of professional property valuers and resist the pressures to have property owners unduly taxed in the quest to generate as much income as possible for the city. The ACDP notes this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Boer.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors. We wish the retired municipal valuer Piet Eloff a pleasant retirement. He, however, retired 5 months ago already, Madam Speaker. On the 31st of March, he went on retirement. On the 1st of April, we appointed Faiz Sheikh as the acting valuer. Madam Speaker, this report comes to Council as a ratification report again. Why only 5 months after the new appointment has been made, Council gets informed of the new valuer? This is not the way business should be done. In the report it says that Fayaz Sheikh is appointed until the next valuation at June 2027. Madam Speaker, this position is so crucial to the city to have a competent really a valuer that can do the valuation with the highest dignity. It is crucial to have a permanent valuer appointed again long before the 30th of June 2027, so that we can do a proper valuation role on the 30th of June and have minimizing the complaints from our residents. So although we welcome the appointment of the acting valuer, we really urge the city to appoint a permanent one as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. EFF, Councillor Netemba. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. I raise to speak on item 10. I greet you all in the name of Cardinal Pillar number 3, which is building a state and government capacity. Speaker, the role of a valuer is not merely a title. It is a commitment to the principle of equity and justice and community empowerment. In a time where our city faces challenges of inequality and disinvestment, it is vital that we embrace a valuer who understands the importance of saving the public interest above all. Appointing a highly qualified and experienced individual in the city is a big part of building a state and government capacity. The valuer's responsibility extend beyond merely property assessment. They are essentially in ensuring that every citizen voice is heard in planning and development of Johannesburg. The citizen voice is heard in planning and development of Johannesburg. Need a valuer who prioritize community needs, especially in historical marginalized areas. It is essential that they recognize a value of community spaces, affordable housing, and sustainable development that respect our environment and heritage. As we move forward, as the EFF, we demand transparency and accountability from this office. The appointment should reflect the commitment of fairness and inclusivity, ensuring that the interest of all Johannesburg residents, particularly those from disadvantaged background, are prioritized in every valuation decision made. Let us not forget that our city future center on how well we manage our resources and how equitable we distribute them. We need a valuer who will work tirelessly to bridge the gap created by a decade of inequality. Someone who will advocate for policies that foster inclusivity and social justice. The EFF commits to holding Mr. Shaks accountable to the community of Johannesburg, pushing for a vision of Johannesburg that thrives on unity, diversity, and inequality growth. Our city deserves nothing less than a commitment for fair and just valuation process that uplifts everyone in the city. In conclusion, the appointment of our municipality valuer is not merely an administration task. It is a reaffirmation of our dedication to the people of Johannesburg. However, it is our hope that the municipality will over time do away with appointing on an acting basis for continuity. This position must be filled permanently. As the EFF, we note the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Action SA, Councillor Nkonyeni.
Greetings, Speaker. All protocols observed. Speaker, Councillor Midupe should stop using 2018 as a scapegoat. True maturity starts when you stop blame shifting and start taking responsibility for your own failures. With that said, Madam Speaker, today we are asked to ratify the appointment of Mr. Faiz Sheikh as the acting municipal valuer for the city of Johannesburg. As Action SA, we acknowledge the importance of this role. The Municipal Property Rates Act is clear. The city must designate a qualified municipal valuer to maintain the general valuation role and its supplementary roles. This is not optional, it is legal and an operational necessity. We therefore support the appointment of Mr. Sheikh because he is a registered professional valuer with nearly 2 decades of experience in both public and private sectors. His qualifications and track record are not in question. The city needs a municipal valuer, and Mr. Sheikh appears capable of fulfilling this mandate. However, Speaker, our support does not come without serious reservations. We are deeply concerned that Council is being asked to ratify an appointment that has already taken effect, backdated to the 1st of April 2025. This is not just a procedural oversight, it is a governance failure. The acting city manager made the designation months ago, and only now is Council being asked to rubber stamp it. This undermines the role of Council as the oversight body and sets a dangerous precedent. Furthermore, the report confirms that Mr. Sheikh has been drawing an acting allowance for a position that is already budgeted for. Let us be clear, Mr. Sheikh is currently employed full-time as Deputy Director in Valuations, a funded post. Since April, he has also been acting as Municipal Valuer and receiving an acting allowance on top of his existing salary. This raises a critical question. What is happening to the rest of the Municipal Valuer salary that is already budgeted for? Is it being saved? Is it being redirected? Or is it simply sitting idle while the city delays recruitment of a permanent appointee? This is a matter of financial accountability, and Council deserves a clear answer. Speaker, we must also ask, why did the city not initiate the recruitment process for a permanent municipal valuer when it knew Mr. Pete Eloff was retiring? His departure was not sudden. It was scheduled, yet no proactive steps were taken to ensure the seamless transition. Instead, we are now dealing with a reactive appointment 5 months into the acting term. While the Municipal Property Rates Act does not prescribe a fixed term for acting appointments, it is widely understood that such appointments are temporary by nature and intended to ensure continuity while a permanent recruitment process is underway. The absence of a recruitment plan and a timeline is deeply troubling. Moreover, the Municipal Systems Act, which governs broader municipal administration, requires that acting appointments not be used to indefinitely delay the appointment of a permanent candidate. Prolonged acting arrangements, especially without transparency or council oversight, risk undermining the integrity of our governance processes. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Action SA believes in good governance, transparency, and accountability. We will support this item because the city must continue its valuation work. But let it be known, our support is conditional on a clear commitment for the executive to, 1, end the practice of backdated and unilateral appointments. Number 2, commence the recruitment process for permanent municipal valuer immediately. And number 3, account for full use of budgeted salary for this position. Let this be the last time we are asked to ratify what we have already done, and possibly what should have been done, what should not have been done at all. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Santana, DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 10, the ratification report, appointment and the designation of the municipal valuer for the remaining period for the general valuation roll 2023 and supplementary valuation rolls. Madam Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we wish Mr. Pete Eloff a well-rested and enjoy his pension years, and do what he wanted to always do, and if he has the time to do so. Over and above that, yes, Madam Speaker, we are concerned by the fact that this is 5 months in the waiting. Why couldn't we get this report earlier? We're sitting since the 1st of April. We've had council in every single one of those periods, so we are greatly concerned by the delay in actually the reports. But that being said, Madam Speaker, we note the report as the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. ANC, Councillor Nofomela.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to you, the Executive Mayor in absentia, the Mayoral Committee, not forgetting to congratulate the newly appointed MMC for Finance, DT Phakama Mbogodo, wamkelekile. Greetings furthermore to the incoming Chief Whip in waiting, the ANC caucus, fellow councillors, I greet you all. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 10. The report brought before Council is for compliance purposes. Compliance is a key value in good governance of any institution, be it public or private. It ensures that unauthorized and irregular practices are kept for the smooth running of such a body. Madam Speaker, the city is taking valuation process very serious, hence this item. The valuation matter, Madam Speaker, is a bedrock and strategic element, and without it, it will be very difficult for any municipality to generate its own revenue through property rates. The property rates is the main source of revenue in the city of Johannesburg. For that reason, Madam Speaker, there is an agency to ensure that the vacancy in the Office of Municipal Valuer is given a mandatory attention. The office was left vacant early this year, in March 2025 to be exact, after the retirement of the former incumbent. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we support the appointment of Mr. Sheikh, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The comments are noted. The report was ready in June. Then the council meeting of June only dealt with the motions. That's why then, because it had already gone through to programming, then in June we only dealt with the motions. Then in July we didn't have, and then in August it was also on the agenda. And we unfortunately also couldn't deal with it. That's why we're dealing with it now in September. And I think, as I indicated earlier, that sometimes reports, even if they're a month or 2 months late, then the protracted processes of our own meeting procedures then create a delay. But I think the comments are noted from all the councillors, and we ask council to approve the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, recommendations on page 10.5. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We're proceeding with item 11, and that is the Post-African Forum on Urban Forest Strategic Outlook and Key Upcoming Initiatives for August 2025.
Councillor W. Raolane. I hope I've pronounced it right from the EFF. Raolane.
Raolane.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Fosso. Madam Speaker, honorable councillors and residents of Johannesburg, I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to respond to item 11. The strategic report following the Second African Forum on Urban Forest. The city must be congratulated to successfully hosting this historic event in March 2025. Over 430 delegates from more than 35 countries gathered here in Johannesburg to explore how African cities can build silently through urban forest. The gathering brought together mayors, academics, international agencies, grassroots organizations, youth groups, and civic society under one roof. It is positioning Johannesburg as not only a global economic player, but also climate aware, forward-looking city that is willing to take bold action. However, Madam Speaker, we must be honest about what this moment means for the people on the ground. Hosting the AFUF is an achievement, but the real legacy must be felt in the lives of the people. In Diepsloot, Ivory Park, El Dorado Park, Orange Farm, and all communities whose skies remains grey and whose streets remain streetless. If people cannot experience the benefit of this international engagement, then it becomes just another conference that serves the elite while excluding the poor. The EFF does not celebrate visibility without transformation. We are not satisfied with declaration of if they are not implemented at what level. The AFUF was held under the theme, Green Horizon, shaping the future slate of African cities through urban forests. This is a noble vision, but Green Horizon must not be reserved to the suburbs. Green must reach our settlement, our hostels, and our backyards. The report mentioned greening events at Diepsloot Memorial Park and the participation of young people in the Green Careers Expo. This is a positive start, but what will follow? Will trees be maintained? Will young people be employed in climate jobs? Will informal settlement be reinforced? There are the questions that matter to our communities. The EFF position is clear. Environmental justice is social justice. The apartheid spatial legacy persists in who has trees, who does not. It persists in where parks are located, in where green jobs are created, and who consulted when they only makes climate plans. We welcome the international partnership and the over 3.6 million raised from sponsors, including FAO, UN Habitat, and the Department of Forestry. We also know that the city allocated 10.5 million to the forum, but we must ask how. How will that 10 million be spent across all 135 wards? We want each community to benefit, not just from event, but from permanent given infrastructure, youth employment opportunities, and acknowledged sharing platforms that are accessible in local languages. The report outlines a number of inclusive post-forum illustrations from a peer learning session with Kambala.
5 seconds, Councillor.
To JCPZ, a participant event in Rome and Cape Town, and a youth-led climate action dialogue between Cllr and Johannesburg. We support these, but we caution council that our benchmark for success must not be how many panels we sit on, but how many lives we transform.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor from Action SA, Councillor Nyakela.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. May I also extend...
L. Coogan.
Okay. Good day, Speaker, MMCs, councillors and residents, all protocol observed. Today I rise to speak on the Post-African Forum on Urban Forest Strategic Outlook and key upcoming initiatives. So on the last day of the forum was the 21st of March this year, and it was the International Day of Forests. There was also a career expo, tree planting, giving out of fruit trees, and tours of various greening initiatives to enhance urban forestry and enhance sustainability. From the outset, let me state that our duty is to represent residents, act in their interests, and ensure there is true public participation, and that information that affects them is shared in a manner that the knowledge can be understood, acted upon, and appreciated. So I will start with an example. Did anyone know there is an initiative on Heritage Day on the 24th of September to have 1 million trees planted in South Africa? I found out last week on another forum I serve on. So let's explore this further. We understand that there is collaboration between EISD and community development, with JCPZ being the implementer of policies that emanate from EISD. So we need to be dealing with our communities across the spectrum, as we say, from the cradle to the grave. So in both entities, there is often an exclusive talk shop modus operandi, particularly when it comes to the climate action plan in the city. In order for the current situation to be better understood, accepted, and to obtain support, Section 79 committees and residents need to be able to see and appreciate exactly what nature-based solutions for CAP are being implemented in the city, where our city translates climate commitments into local action, what urban forest mapping looks like, advancing urban forestry as a tool for climate resilience, examples of heat island mapping so residents can see the implications of how it will affect them. Evidently, urban forest mapping was exceptionally well received at the conference, but we are yet to find out about it, let alone share it with our residents. Yet our city is supposedly regarded internationally as thought leaders with respect to urban greening. And then, without belaboring the point much further, there was a RISE Africa conference in Cape Town on the intersection between urban forestry and biodiversity. And then in Kampala, there was a sharing of tools and practical insights in terms of the Johannesburg Declaration on urban forests in April 2025, which promotes urban forests and urban sustainability. And then Cllr had a conference on advancing the green agenda. Who would have known? We should have. It should be part of our toolkit to support translating climate commitments into tangible local action and to understand what potential the green agenda has for our city and for our residents. We need examples and KPIs set up in the various portfolios in the city so that they become measurable and implementable. In order to deal with the various rigors and changes climate change is bringing about, we want to know that our city is making a plan. What can we as councillors share with our residents that will bring them comfort, understanding, inclusion, and a way to deal with our changing environment due to climate change? I really don't believe we should be focusing on putting on a good face to the outside world while neglecting to share the plans and good news with our relevant Section 79 committees and our residents. It is like putting on a good face to the world but not worrying about your own home. So I want to know, what difference do urban forests, nature-based solutions, and the implementation of the Climate Action Plan make to us as the local government of supposedly the largest city in Africa and also supposedly the largest urban and man-made exotic forest in the world? Please provide practical knowledge of trees that are suitable for the area that they are planted in. Don't give us massively expansive riverine trees on narrow pavements that have to be repeatedly chopped to keep under control. Propagate trees that are low maintenance, that provide shade, that don't drop thorns underfoot or grow through our power lines with their height, and their roots raising the concrete on pavements, roads, and even cracking pipes in their quest for adequate water. So provide methods for rainwater to be channeled to the trees with enough space at the base of the trees to allow absorption, whether on pavements, parks, or other open spaces. Map the polyphagous shottle borer that is rampaging through our suburbs and share it with us so we can start planning where suitable indigenous replacement trees are going to be needed to be planted that are not susceptible to the ravages of this beetle. Provide staff with knowledge to prune our trees correctly so they still retain their form and shape without unnecessarily mutilating their form. And lastly, we want an inclusive and sustainable process for the urban forest in our city. Maybe learn from the past and make better selections of tree species from a form, maintenance, and environmental point of view. Please cultivate and plant indigenous trees from our selection of over 1,000 indigenous trees. And also fruit trees, especially in areas where residents would appreciate the fruit to supplement their food. Let's plan better. Let's not only be content with our urban forest being the largest man-made urban forest in the world, but also the most significant, both in beauty and provision of habitat. Low maintenance, but also providing shade and oxygen to boost our health and well-being. The forum sought to implement and scale up nature-based solutions for climate resilience, biodiversity and livability. This means translating climate commitments into tangible local action in terms of both the NDP and the global climate goals. As the DA, we request the incorporation of the above measures so we can all proudly say, as per the Johannesburg Declaration 2025, Second Regional African Forum on Urban Forests, we strongly believe in the power of collaboration and meaningful partnerships to conserve, preserve, restore, and expand urban forests, green spaces, and natural-based solutions.
Councillor. Calling order on who, Councillor? Yes, Councillor. Maruma.
Thank you, Speaker. With all due respect, Councillor Foley is busy taking pictures in council. And
Which councillor?
Councillor Foley is busy taking pictures this side. Is it allowed?
Councillor Foley, can you stop doing that? It's not allowed.
Sorry,
Can we
Speaker.
stop doing that?
In fact, he should delete because he was busy taking it as the executive.
Thank you.
May we
Thank you,
request him to
Councillor
delete?
Maruma. Can we stop doing Councillor Christians as a belief? No. Let's not do that. Can you delete, Councillor? Can we have Councillor Kuma of the ANC? Can we stop this? I've noticed that there was 2 other councillors that did it earlier on.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kuma. LEOB? Oh, it's you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, before you go, MMC, colleagues at the back there with Action SA, please, can we stop? And Councillor, you too. Councillor Zita? Can we please not do that? Councillor Belinda? Okay, can you sit? Thank you, Councillor MMC Grina. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to councillors in the chambers, MMCs, fellow councillors and residents of our city. The African Forum on Urban Forests, AFUF, was a great success in Joburg, or Joburg hosting it, as you would have heard, councillors. The conference also, Madam Speaker, created a dynamic platform for dialogue collaboration and solution-driven strategies addressing pressing challenges while unlocking new opportunities for growth and development. We note the involvement, of course, of the different thought leaders who were part of the delegation to the conference, policymakers, innovation, and stakeholders from across Africa and beyond. As well, we acknowledge the comments made by councillors in this chamber, Councillor Raulani, Councillor Nyakela, and Councillor Hugen, as well as Councillor Kluma. We note all the comments as they have made, and I think deliberations will be made as well. I think it's section 79, but we are humbly requesting that this report be noted. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. This report is for information. Is the item noted? Thank you, councillors.
Item 12 is the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo Revenue Enhancement Strategy.
We have ATM, Councillor Magwenchu.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the incoming Whip of Council. Greetings to Chair of
Councillor, can you
Chairs.
just hold on? Councillor Lyrics Mazibuku. Can you switch off, Councillor Magwenchu?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think as Section 79, we do have a principled agreement that this item should be retabled. And no, the MMC is not in the House, Madam Speaker. Please do not interrupt. So what I'm saying is we do have a principled agreement as the Section 79 that this item should be retabled after we have actually exhausted it in Section 79. But also the member in charge and the chairperson of the committee is here to also represent.
Councillor Lyrics, the chairperson would have told us that. So we are continuing as we have a speakers list. Councillor Magwenchu, you are free to speak. Councillor Lyrics, no. Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu.
Speaker, as the ATM will rise to support the report on revenue enhancement strategy from JCPZ. Speaker, these interventions will diversify the revenue base, reduce pressure on the city's budget allocations, and create a more resilient...
Just hold on, Councillor Zita. Nyakela, please. Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu.
Speaker, these interventions will diversify the revenue base, reduce pressure on the city's budget allocations, and create a more resilient funding model. Importantly, Speaker, all initiatives seem to be guided by a legislative compliance, transparency, and good governance, with appropriate oversight mechanisms. Council's approval is essential to operationalize the strategy, enabling JCPZ to shift from a dependency model to a self-sustaining entity that safeguards the Johannesburg environmental and social infrastructure. I therefore move for the adoption of the revenue enhancement strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Smith is not here. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll speak on his behalf.
Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I think that all of us that serve on Section 79s, we know how important...
Just hold on, Councillor. Chair.
Madam Speaker, in terms of item 12, I tried to reach out to the MMC the other day, and it was a cul-de-sac. And indeed, I was expecting further interactions this morning to say, as Section 79 committee, there are substantive issues pertaining to this matter. So we do request a discussion on this matter in the Section 79 committee before it comes to council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair of Chairs, I'll hear what you have to say, but then we are also going to give our comment now. We'll give what we are. Because I don't understand, the chairperson of the committee was supposed to get up, or the chairperson was supposed to tell us earlier on that you are withdrawing it. It should not have been Councillor Lyrics Mazibuko doing that. And then we carry on, and then the chairperson comes after we've allowed Councillor Magwenchu to carry on, and then you come and you give us a report that you took it to the MMC and it went from where to where, and now we are stuck here. Colleagues, I really, is there confusion in ComDev? It looks like there's confusion.
Clearly.
I'm waiting for all of you because everybody is screaming from the back, and I know that we do it by show of hands. Chair of Chairs, your hand was up, and then I'll take the other hands.
Can I be protected, Speaker, from Councillor Belinda? I think she's trying to intimidate
We will take her hand now, but your hand was up first as the Chair of Chairs.
No. Thank you very much. I'm not rising to quote any rule. I want to speak of a process. And I thought that the councillors in that committee would understand how the process flows in as far as executive items are concerned. And Speaker and the House, kindly forgive this committee. I don't think that will happen again in the future. Because these are things that happens when we start with the meeting in the morning, when you're doing elevations, when you are asking for which item to... And the committee, Section 79, can't withdraw an executive report. It is the executive that can do that. But they do that by asking the executive or LOEB to do that. And that's why I'm saying let's forgive these councillors in that committee for this error. I'm sure they were frustrated by the fact that the MMC consent, it's not present in the meeting. It could have been an oversight there and there, but I want to ask the House that we actually forgive. But I'm sure we will continue to try and improve these lines of processes on how we actually deal with items. Thank you very much.
The executive is here, the LEOB is here, and the LEOB will guide us. Oh, sorry, Councillor, who's it, Councillor?
Order on you, Speaker. The item was tabled. A debate ensued. Your own Speaker, then you want an item. So if you're going to set a new precedence, that is going to be questionable. So if you're saying the executive must guide on what, Speaker? The matter is tabled, we are discussing. It must either be supported or not supported, and then we move.
Thank you, MMC. So I won't allow any hands. We'll go as far as the Speaker.
Speaker?
Continue with the Speaker's list.
Speaker, my hand has been up for the last 10 minutes.
Councillor Dladla, and then we continue with the list. Councillor Dladla?
No, thank you very much.
It's not going to change anything. The MMC has just given us guidance.
No, Speaker, it's fine. I'm just saying that it's unfortunate if we want to call it an oversight on the part of the committee. But in the last sitting, all of us who are sitting in that committee members of that committee, we had an agreement. Though understanding what the member is saying that this could be an executive report, but what I'm saying here is that even in the last sitting, where all of us were here, all members of that committee were here, we all agreed, like Mazibuko was saying, we all agreed in that sitting to say, this item should not be put in this council. We agreed.
Thank you, Councillor.
That information as well, Speaker, was communicated to you. And I'm saying that when I say it's an oversight, maybe from your eyes it could be, you can say it's an oversight on the part of the committee, but we are saying it's an oversight on the part of everyone who's here, including yourself, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
This item has not reached us, that it had to be off from the agenda, otherwise it would not have been here today. It would not have been here, it did not reach this table, so it would not have been here. We are going to continue as we have started it, and that is where it is. Councillor, next person, Councillor Smith. Councillor De Lange, will you speak on behalf of him?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand the process, and I think here we just miskicked the ball when we didn't kick the goal. It should have been withdrawn, but in any case, it's on the table now. And I can now just debate on the concerns that I received from Councillor Smith. Even in my own committee, if there's a new strategy or turnaround strategy or something that can benefit the city as a whole, or the department as a whole, or the zoos or the parks, then it is nice to interrogate it at Section 79 to see if it's sustainable, is it something that makes sense, is it a workable plan? And according to the information that I received from my colleague Councillor Smith, there's some serious financial concerns within this specific item, and hopefully this is not going to come back to community development, and then it's just going to become a matter arising, and then it's going to stand over for months and months. So we note this with concern, and it's really a pity it wasn't circulated at Section 79 for interrogation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Raul Lane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable councillors, and residents of Johannesburg. As EFF, we know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyrics Mazibuko.
Madam Speaker, I think we're very categorically clear, not only myself but other committee members, in terms of articulating the ideals and the aspirations of the committee as to where we stand. There is a principled agreement as a committee that this item should be withdrawn. The ruling I accept, but I think we are clear that there is no way in our right conscience we should actually support this item. We still steadfast in our request that this item should be withdrawn in order for us to discuss it thoroughly and articulate our views at the Section 79. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuko. Councillor Mashinini from the ANC.
No, thank you, Speaker. Where I come from, they always teach us you must always be compact ready. So,
Councillor Mashinini, can you speak into your mic?
oh, I'm sorry,
please?
As I was saying, Speaker, that where I come from, they teach us that you must always be compact ready. So, greeting, Speaker, Honourable Acting Mayor, and members of the Mayoral Committee. Today I rise on item 12, which deals with the city parks and zoo and the revenue enhancement strategy. Allow me to quote Charlotte McLean. The work is not for yourself. Kill that spirit of self, and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you can rise, bring some with you. Close quote.
Councillor De Lange and that row there of the EFF, please. Councillor De Lange, asseblief. Thank you.
Colleagues, this strategy presentation by the JCPZ is not just another policy document. It is a forward-looking plan that demonstrates the innovative initiative and the practical approach of sustainability. It addresses the challenges that are faced by the departments of shortages of cemetery and the leverage spaces. It creates opportunities for donation and sponsorship, enhancing that our parks and open spaces are restored to maintain the transformed into places of pride of our communities. Most important, it reduces the Speaker, can you protect me, Speaker?
Colleagues, starting in the corner here with Councillor Ran and all of you, can we please? We have 9 items still to go through. Can we please, especially the councillors all at the back, left and right. Thank you, Councillor, you can continue. We stopped your time.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. Most important, by reducing reliance on the municipal funding, this strategy eases pressure on the city's already strained finances, allowing us to redirect the resources and other agent priorities while stimulating, boosting the economy and creating jobs. Honorable Speaker, we note this report.
Thank you, colleagues. The recommendations are on pages 12.6. Is the item agreed to? Sorry. MMC. Yeah, this is a one item that I don't know where we're going.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the strategy, we are all aware that it seeks to ensure that there's a financial sustainability at the JCPZ to reduce reliance on municipal grants, also to unlock new income streams, to support biodiversity conservation, parks maintenance, and the zoo operations, and to also enhance the visitors' experience while driving the socio-economic development in the city. Madam Speaker, I ask that we approve this report and also say to Councillor Mazibuko, through you, Speaker, that this item can still be discussed at the section 79. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. As I said previously, the recommendations are on page 12.6. Is the item agreed to? Do we vote? Okay, can we just keep quiet? The recommendations are on 12.6. Is the item agreed to?
And the yes have it.
I have many ears around me, and the ears around me says they heard a lot of yes. I see the hand of Councillor Belinda. I saw your hand, and I saw the hand of Councillor De Lange. Those are the two hands that I saw. Councillor Belinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we please request for a division of the House?
Councillor De Lange. Ek verstaan nie die taal nie.
Madam Speaker, I do respect you, but what you just did, why do you ask twice? The noes clearly had it. No. Let's, now, please protect me, Speaker. Be fair. The noes had it, Speaker. Then it didn't suit the other side of the room. Then you ask again until the yeses have it. Speaker, we can't continue like that. Thank you.
Councillor De Lange, Councillor De Lange, it did not sound like anybody had it. It did not sound like it because it was a balance between the yes and the no. But we will give you the division of the House. Can we see those that abstain? Can we see those that abstain? Can we see the noes? Colleagues, we vote with our hands, please. We vote with our hands. Councillor Ran, we vote with our hands.
I'm being abused.
It's amazing how a little voting ngavundula abantu ngaphandle.
What do you want from Action SA?
Thank you for raising your hands. You can lower your hands. Can I see the yeses? Can I see the yeses?
Hey, they don't even know what's happening in the committee. They are voting.
Majority. Whitewash. Whitewash.
Speaker, the dear councillors are taking pictures.
No one. Take us to court.
You may lower your hands. Thank you. There's no one that abstained. The noes are 66, and the yeses,
The 163.
the yeses are 163. There's no one that abstained. The noes are 66, and the yeses are 163. I thank you. Councillor Christians?
You can't. You did ask for that to join the people.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 84. I'd like to officially record the opposition of the Democratic Alliance to this item. It's actually a travesty of justice that a committee decision has been overturned in this House. Thank you.
Councillor Rapadu, and then I close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Chair of Chairs afterwards.
Chair of Chairs after me. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I think now the rules are being abused. They are really being abused. People can't vote, then when they are chowed, then they want to record. So, Madam Speaker, please, can you stop the howlers? It doesn't take brain power to howl. Let them relax for now. Madam Speaker, I'm addressing you. Please, can legal advise us around this process on how to move forward? Because now I think this is a real travesty of justice when the rules are abused. But secondly, Madam Speaker, lastly, before I sit down, Madam Speaker, I implore you, please, can we make sure that the Rules Committee sit as urgently as possible to close such loopholes that they are using? Because this can't be correct. Thank you very much.
Chair of Chairs. Councillor Christians, can you just hold on, please? Okay, I've seen your hand. You're intimidating me.
Now, through you, Speaker, I hope when this council is over, Councillor Christian, through you, Speaker, will have what we call a lesson learned. Part 6 of Standing Rules of and Orders of Council, 86.1, 2, 3, puts clarity on the matters at hand. The rule that Councillor Christian is quoting, which is in reference to motions, which is Rule 94. So you read 86. Perhaps let me go through it. After a question has been put and the presiding officer has indicated whether the yes or no have it, any councillor, and in this case was Councillor Belinda, any councillor may demand a roll call. 2, whether a roll call is whenever a roll call is demanded, the presiding officer shall satisfy him or herself that the request is not frivolous and vexatious by putting the item to a vote, which vote shall be by show of hands. Number 3, the council secretariat shall tally the number of votes received, advise the presiding officer, who shall promptly announce the results. Where the difference in the vote is 5 hands or less, the roll call procedure in accordance with Rule 87 must be carried out. That is Rule 86. These are lesson learned. I think Councillor Christian will take stock home. But if you go to Chapter 7, which is 94 that he quoted, it's talking on motions. It's not even talking about what you have tabled now in council. So I think when we quote rules, we must also try and understand what are these rules referring to. Thank you.
Before I take any hand, before I take any Christians, before I take your hand, Councillor Christian, just hold on.
Yeah, Giraffe.
Okay. Advice that I'm getting from legal is that, can we listen? Because tomorrow we're going to come with the same one, that there was, this Rule 84 was in front of the Rules Committee, and the Rules Committee had given a resolution on that, right? So we will give you that now as soon as they got that resolution, right? Can we then wait until legal gives that? We'll carry on with the meeting to go to other matters.
No, Giraffe.
Councillor Belinda, is your hand also up for Christians, or is it up for yourself? Christians? No, I'm asking because the two of you. Councillor Christians? Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had my hand up to rise in terms of Rule 73. And 733 talks about personal explanation. The reason why I raised my hand is because I was misquoted. I said Rule 84, not 94, yet I was being attacked on Rule 94. Maybe it's my new dentures, but this the Kapanasa. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs, Chair of Chairs, Chair of Chairs, Chair of Chairs, and Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Christians is right. He got up on Rule 84, and that is the exact rule that was at rules, and there was a resolution on that rule. So it was 84 and not 94. Can I close it, please? I'm going to close it. I'm not taking any hands. I'm not, Councillor Belinda, I'm not taking any hands. And can we not point each other? Can we not do that and point each other? We will wait on the report from the Rules Committee. They are looking it up, and during the course of this meeting, we will come out with it. No, can we close it? Can we close it? It was approved in council. In council, it was approved. I thank you. We're going to the next item. Colleagues, can we carry on with the business? Chair of Chairs and Councillor Belinda and Councillor Rapadu, if we have to call you to order again, you'll be out. The three of you, Councillor Belinda, Rapadu, and Chair of Chairs, if you don't behave, we are going to remove you. Thank you.
Councillors, we are on item 13, and that's the SACA, that's the South African Cemetery Associations Conference for 2025.
Councillor Rahohlane.
Raholani, Speaker, not Rakolani.
Try.
Thanks, Speaker, honorable councillors and residents of Johannesburg. I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters in response of item 13, which recommends that this council note and support the report of the city to host the 2025 South African Cemeteries Association conference through Johannesburg, City Parks and Zoo. The EFF support the intention behind this report, but as always, we interrogate whether the benefits will be equally felt by the people of Johannesburg, especially the poor, the working class, and those relegated to margins of the city, even in that. Madam Speaker, it is small matter that Johannesburg has been approached by SAGA to host this influential national platform. The expected attendance of 150 delegates, including municipal leaders, technical experts, and private sector partners, present a strategic opportunity to shape the future of the burial management in South Africa. The conference term, Eternal Evolution, Transforming for Sustainability, is relevant and timely. However, we remind Council that evolution must not be code word for exclusion. We do not support sustainability models that sacrifice cultural dignity and the burial rights of the poor under the excuse of urban modernization. At the EFF, we view that not merely as an administrative matter, but as deeply spiritual, cultural, and familial process that demands state protection. We are encouraged that the report links the conference to priority, sustained service delivery, priority, salience and smart city, and priority 2, response and proper governance. But these priorities must be lived out in the daily experiences of our communities, many of whom are unable to access affordable, safe, and defendable burial sites. The land crisis is real. Families are forced to bury loved ones in overused, unkept cemeteries far from home. Municipal grave fees are unaffordable. Traditional rituals are compromised, and in some wards, there are no available burial spaces left. The report is correct in identifying land scarcity, climate expert, and democratic pressure as major challenges. But we must respond with a pro-poor agenda, not just technical innovation. Green burial and cremation option must never be presented as compulsory for the poor, while the rich continue with lavish funerals in private cemeteries. We note with appreciation the wide ceramic scope of the conference.
40 seconds, Councillor.
From sustainable burial practice and horticultural landscaping to religious inclusion and the sociology of grief. These are not just technical issues, they are political. The report also outlines a solid government model for conference planning and coordination. And we support the cost of 650,000 being absorbed with JCPS operation and marketing budget. However, the value of this event must not be measured by logos and lanyards, but
5 seconds.
But by policy reform and public asset improvement that results from it. Madam Speaker, the EFF calls on this council to ensure that the SAGA conference becomes a platform for transformative death care policies that recognize.
Councillor Mashinini from the ANC. Have you sent?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to speak on behalf of the committee as Councillor Mazibuk. The revolution and women's liberation go together. We do not talk of women's emancipation as an act of charity or out of a surge of human compassion. It is a basic necessity for the revolution to triumph, quote by Thomas Sankara. As the ANC, we note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mkwena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is fundamental that I indicate to the House that this conference was organized by the South African Cemeteries Association in cooperation with the JCPZ on behalf of the city and the SALGA. And also we are noting that the private sector also played a very vital role in this particular conference. We also note that the executive mayor made an emphasis on the commitment of the city to transform cemeteries into dignified, long-term sustainable spaces. Madam Speaker, it is my honor to request the House to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 13.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Item 14.
Colleagues, the minutes of the previous council states that Councillor Christian's DA stated that the discussion had been held and it was resolved that additional recommendations be added as reflected in the recommendations below 3 and 4. The Speaker asked Council if they agreed with the proposed recommendations, and it was agreed. It was resolved that Council note the report of the Rules Committee, that during the voting process, the Speaker first recognize the councillors who wish to abstain from the voting process. 3, that Council notes that when Speaker put an item to a vote, she must first recognize the councillors who are opting to abstain first prior to move into those who are in support of the item, including those who are not in support of the item. That any party caucus which opposes the item to be voted on may request for a decision not to support the item to be formally recorded in the minutes in line with Rules 84 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. When I read it in the last council meeting, Councillor Christians also denied that it was not him, but there it is now, and that is what the ruling was. I thank you. So we'll remember for the next time.
Councillors, we proceed with item 14, and that's the progress report.
Can we ask Councillor Mazibuko, please? Move out silently.
Item 14 is the progress report with the implementation of the COJ-CCTV bylaw.
The ACDP, Councillor Konza.
Yes, shalom, shalom. Once again, Madam Speaker. Allow me to first quote from my guiding manual, the Holy Bible, from Proverbs 28:13. He who covers his sins will not prosper, but whoever confesses and forsakes them will have mercy. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 14 on the agenda, the progress report on the implementation of the CCTV bylaw. The ACDP welcomes the decision to rescind the resolution on this bylaw. We appreciate that at last maturity and sanity have prevailed in recognizing that the COJ failed to meet the clear legal requirements of Section 164, subsection 4, and Section 12, subsection 3 of the Municipal Systems Act, as well as Rule 140 of the Standing Rules of Council, when this bylaw was promulgated. This failure should never have occurred. As public reps, we have a duty to protect every cent of public money from unnecessary litigation and instead to channel our focus and resources towards genuine service delivery for our residents. The ACDP raised concerns at the time this bylaw was forced through with arrogance and disregard of due process. Among these concerns were the risk of privacy violations, particularly in light of the city's obligation under the bylaw regulation and its registration with the information regulator. We are compelled by law to promote transparency and openness. Yet we fail dismally to do so. Section 152, subsection 1A of the Constitution is clear. Local government must provide democratic and accountable governance. The rationale for withdrawal has been tabled, but we must interrogate it further. Public trust. The report suggests that rescinding the resolution will help restore public trust. While this is a step in the right direction, the ACDP maintains that trust will not be rebuilt if Council continues to entertain frivolous motions that distract from service delivery and continuity. Good governance must be demonstrated consistently, not selectively. Review committee. The ACDP demands clarity on who will serve on the review committee. We strongly recommend that the councillors from both the ruling party and the opposition be represented to ensure balance, oversight, and accountability. On financial implications, the report is silent on the financial impact of restarting the process of public participation to draft a new CCTV bylaw. This omission is unacceptable. Council must be transparent with the residents about the costs involved and how this will be managed responsibly. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. From the EFS, Councillor Mkasi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our caucus leader, Commissioner Dr. Mgcina, our Chief Whip, Councillor Thabisa Mohapi, and the dedicated ground forces of the EFF present here today. A warm revolutionary greetings to the resident of City of Johannesburg. Speaker, as we celebrated Women's Month, named in honor of the historic march on the 9th of August 1956 against the introduction of past laws targeting African women, we recognize the brave women of this nation who stood firm against the oppressive apartheid government of J.G. Stradom, risking their lives in the fight for justice. Women remain the backbone of our families and organizations. To all women involved in community struggles, do not get tired, continue fighting for your communities. Let the spirit of 1956 generation who declared that enough is enough and confronted the evil apartheid regime head on inspire you. As the EFF will continue to celebrate our pillars beyond the month of August, as we appreciate and acknowledge their vibrant role in society. Speaker, one of the most concerning parts of the apartheid regime was the introduction of laws without public consultation, expecting us all to respect laws that we had no say in. This unfair practice reminds us of the Berlin Conference, which made the brutal decision to divide the African continent without consulting of African people. As a result of this imperialism conference, we are still suffering the consequences today. Europeans fundamentally shared amongst themselves the wealth of this continent while disregarding African culture and its people. Speaker, today we are sitting in this Democratic Council to withdraw a bylaw where due process was not followed, which led the resident to take the matter to court. We are being asked to withdraw this bylaw solely because Section 160, subsection 4 of the Constitution, Section 12, subsection 3 of the Municipal Systems Act, and Rule 140 of City of Johannesburg Standing Rules and Orders were not adhered to, resulting in court challenge. What concerns us most is that we make rules in this chamber, then later we fail to follow them. What kind of madness is that? Speaker, the Public Safety Committee has the responsibility to conduct public participation whenever a new bylaw is introduced or amended concerning public safety. That is the committee's obligation as outlined in the committee's terms of reference. However, only 2 virtual consultations were held on November 7 and 11, 2024, with just 23 members of the public in attendance on both days, which included City of Johannesburg officials and responsible councillor. The economic freedom fighters believe that when choosing official for local government, we should focus on their skills and qualification rather than their political connection or party loyalty. This approach is important because it helps us find people who truly know how to manage their responsibilities of their roles effectively. By prioritizing talent experience, we can reduce the risk of public scandals and poor management that often happen when positions are filled based on political relationship. In this end, this strategy not only upholds the integrity of local government, but also improves the quality and accountability of services provided to the community. As the EFF will propose 2 measures to address future court challenges. Establish a minimum attendance threshold of 200 participants for public consultation, bylaw introduction and amendment. This will enhance community engagement and ensure diverse perspective in decision making. Conduct physical public consultation in accessible location to empower residents, encourage direct engagement with city officials and foster transparency. Speaker, in closing, the EFF supported the recent decision to remove the chairperson of public safety. The chairperson didn't ensure important public consultation were held properly.
Action essay, Councillor Moeti. Councillor, switch off your mic, please. Councillor, switch off your mic, please. Councillor Moeti.
Thank you, Speaker. Moatse indeed. Yeah. Greetings to you, Speaker, the Acting Executive Mayor, Action SA's caucus leader, Councillor Marcel Cotrias, fellow councillors in the chamber, and special greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 14, the progress report regarding the implementation of the COJ CCTV bylaw. Speaker, the sad reality is that we are yet again confronted with the consequences of a government that has become ignorant, arrogant, and dismissive of the very people who place them in position of power. The NC-led government has perfected a culture of governance that reduces consultation to a mere box-ticking exercise instead of respecting it as the cornerstone of democracy. We saw this play itself out nationally in the so-called national dialogue, which was nothing more than a tick-box exercise to create the illusion of inclusivity. And here in the city of Johannesburg, the same culture has taken root, a culture that undermines accountability, disregards transparency, and sidelines the voices of our residents. Speaker, let us be clear. Public participation is not a favor. It is a constitutional requirement and a democratic necessity. When you ignore it or do a bare minimum on it, you invite court challenges, waste resources, and erode public trust. Action SA refuses to be watchdogs of incompetence, shortcuts, and political arrogance. Instead, we will be watchdogs of good governance, transparency, accountability, and genuine consultation. This is the essence of our founding principle, the People's Dialogue. When we say let's fix South Africa, we mean creating a culture of governance where residents are not just informed, but actively involved in shaping decisions that affect their lives. Speaker, had this council respected these principles from the onset, we would not be sitting with court orders instructing us to undo our own work. Action SA notes this report.
Thank you, Councillor. TA Councillor H. Masera.
Regular Speaker, ki wishe gudu medishe. Ke dumedishe le maleloko ka moka le khotla la tropo rena Johannesburg a mmogo le badudi ba tropo ya rena e botse. Speaker, I rise on item 14, which is the progress report with the implementation of the COJ CCTV bylaw. Speaker, the Department of Public Safety is one of the largest in the city, with more than 10,000 employees, including over 4,000 JMPD officers. It is tasked with protecting the safety of 6 million residents across 7 regions and 135 wards. We all know that no city can prosper when its people live in fear, unable to go about their daily lives without risk of harm. Yet, the ANC-led coalition has once again shown that the safety of Johannesburg residents matters little to them. Instead of ensuring that every measure to enhance security is lawful, constitutional, and effective, they choose to bulldoze ahead with a CCTV bylaw that was riddled with defects, legal and procedural. The Democratic Alliance warned in the Public Safety Committee, and even in this council, Speaker, that this bylaw was flawed. We caution that It needed proper alignment with the Constitution and legislation such as the Private Security Industry Regulation Authority Act. We called the public participation that was genuine, not a box-ticking exercise. Industry aspects submitted serious concerns, but they were ignored. This is not how laws are made in a constitutional democracy. And today, under legal pressure, the city is forced to withdraw the very same bylaw we advise against adopting. This is a self-inflicted embarrassment and a costly one for the resident of Johannesburg, who expect competent governance, not reckless shortcuts. The DA welcomes this withdrawal of this invalid bylaw, but let it be a warning, Speaker, that laws that do not respect the Constitution will never stand. We will continue to fight for a city where the rule of law, public safety, and accountability are non-negotiable. Speak.
Thank you, Councillor Masera. Councillor Ne from the ANC.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Mayor in absentia, members of the Mayoral Committee, the City Manager, officials of the Council, fellow councillors and the residents of the City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 14, the item to rescind the decision of the Public Safety CCTV program. Madam Speaker, I stand here and I hear members of the Public Safety Committee moving blame. I want to be man enough and have the integrity to say that every one of us in that Public Safety Committee should take some blame. We talk about wasteful expenditure. Here's a typical example of wasteful expenditure. And I do not think it's fair, whether it's people from the opposition, that we now push the blame onto the ANC. It wasn't only the ANC that pushed this through the council. Every one of us should look within ourselves and accept that we have erred. We have erred as a Public Safety Committee because this should not have allowed to be given to go ahead. And I think that the moment has come when we as so-called leaders of society.
Councillor Ne, can you hold on? Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I humbly appeal to you to ask Councillor Nayat to... it depends on your culture. Madam Speaker, to actually not mislead this House. When this came to Council, the DA opposed it, and we continue to oppose it. He cannot say that all of us in this House agreed to it. Thank you.
He did not talk about council, he spoke about the committee. I thank you. Councillor,
thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke about the...
Councillor, can you carry on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke about the portfolio committee and I did not
push... All of us in the portfolio committee.
And I did not put blame on anyone. I said I have the integrity to extend here and accept that I also erred. Madam Speaker, this thing was brought to the Public Safety Committee and we have to accept as a committee that this thing was pushed through. This should not have been allowed, and I have learned from this. I've learned from this that we should not allow any chairperson or any utility of this city to push through such an important bylaw. And we have paid the cost as a resident of the City of Johannesburg. I'm also a resident and I also pay my rates and taxes, so it's cost us, it's wasteful expenditure. And I'm saying that let's look as leaders of society and leaders of the portfolio committees we sit on, let us look within ourselves. I don't want to raise the issue of what is the quality, what is the capacity of our legal brains in the city. Because for the last few years that I've been following what's happening in the city, every time someone takes us to court, be it with an eviction, be it with a bylaw, we lose. We lose, and it costs us money. So we then, as a city and as leaders of the city, look at what is our legal capacity currently in the city. Do they really know what's going on? Or should we really get some legal brains in here that can advise the city going forward? Madam Speaker, you know, the CCTV thing is, and I'm not going to be the most famous person here, but I want to say it, that CCTV is for the rich. It's for the advantage. It's for communities of the advantage communities. There is no CCTVs in Deep Sloot. There is no CCTVs in Ivory Park. There is no CCTVs in our informal settlements. So who really does this affect? It affects the advantage, the haves. We've become a society of haves and have-nots. This really affects the haves. But in saying that, when we take this policy back to council, let us also think about how can we use CCTV to enhance the safety of the masses of the city. Because the masses of the city are the ones most affected by crime and grime, by abuse, daily. And we stand here and want to pass comment on what happens to the residents of the city of Joburg. But the majority of the city of Joburg, the masses of the city of Joburg, the people are actually neglected. Madam Speaker, I want to raise this issue of public safety. It is, and I would once again want to stand and say that it is the most important portfolio in the city. If we have law and order in the city, everything else will fall in place. In that said, my appeal to the MMC, to public safety, let us start with bylaws and implement bylaws. We don't really need CCTV cameras to implement bylaws. But let's get back to the nitty-gritty, to the basics. It's about the broken window policy. As we look out the window here and we see a whole lot of homeless that used to be right within this facility, they've just been moved and they've been moved across the road. My appeal to public safety, my appeal to social development, to the various entities in the city, can we come together and really look at how do we sort out the problem of the homeless, the recyclers, the vagrants, and recently the invasion by a large number of drug addicts that have taken to our streets. We need to find answers to this. Because I think the moment we bring some law and order to our city, we will achieve what we want to do, for the residents of the city of Joburg. In saying that, Madam Speaker, we have no option but to rescind this. So it's not a decision we're going to vote on. The courts have ordered us that we do rescind this. As the ANC, we want this policy rescinded. And when it goes back, let us really spend some quality time to look at how this policy going to be impacted and then brought back to council. I submit. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Twako.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF battalion that is here today. All my colleagues, the whip, the chair of the MPEC, and everyone that's here today. Also the chair of chairs, MMC that are here today, and my colleagues, all the councillors that are here, and the mayor in absentia. I think that, Speaker, the issue for this bylaw was that it was crafted around 2016, sort of. And it was more in terms of, there were many people who were putting the CCTVs everywhere. Okay. So the city wanted to know in terms of who's putting this CCTV where, so that you don't have a councillor, about Darosha to become some peeping toms, where they will put cameras in strategic areas. So they were trying to say that you will have peeping toms that were there. So it was more the intention was I think it was noble, because you need to know who's putting things where. Darosha will put this thing in some angle where they will see what's happening in your place.
MMC, can you take your seat?
He's been sleeping there,
Councillor De Rocha, MMC, can you take your seat? Councillor De Rocha.
He's been sleeping.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Seeing that the MMC is speaking on me, let me say to him that if he was doing a better job and we had better police protection, we really wouldn't need cameras, would we? Thank you.
Darosha, Councillor Darosha, you are my friend. Me and you talk a lot. That's my friend, by the way.
MMC.
Yeah, we have to
MMC,
have that relationship.
can we stick to the item?
Thank you very much, Speaker. So the intention was very noble, but there were now some elements where people, they had to make some profit on it. Many companies came in around this time. So it really passed in council, this item. And then, but there were many dissenting views. And I know many of you will be saying that, by look, that guy there, you know, is a dictator, he doesn't want to listen. But we listened. We listened to each and every input. And then I think that the decision to really take this back so that you have a proper consultation of all stakeholders was a noble idea. And it was a noble decision because we want to listen to a government that listens. We're not like the others that are, you know what I mean. So we are going to go back into this and ensure that stakeholders are participating on this bylaw. And one of the things that probably it was because there were some other clauses that were very a bit ambiguous, Chair of Chairs, that some of them that, you know, but the interpretation, it was very difficult in terms of saying that do you allow people to post videos, you know, when there's an incident happening and, you know, this thing of posting some incidents happening on Twitter and everywhere. So people were interpreting differently whether it is allowed or not. I said, guys, this is ambiguous and the law is not supposed to be like that. Let us go back, let's come in consultations, and let's listen to all those voices there. But we need to know who's putting cameras where so that you don't have peeping toms. And then also the angle, it was just saying that where are you putting it? We must know at the city. You must not put cameras everywhere on that nature. But anyway, we note this report and we wanted to really go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, the recommendations are on page 14.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We're now on item 15, and that's the report to notify council of the outcome of the 60 days public notice for the alternative waste treatment technology project under public-private partnerships.
Thank you. STC, ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Speaker.
MMC Square.
No, apologies, Speaker. Good afternoon once again to you. I would like to withdraw the report. Thanks.
MMC, can you repeat? Can you repeat what you said?
I'm saying,
MMC, can you
Speaker,
please repeat?
I'm withdrawing the report. Thanks. Sure.
Thank you, MMC. Go to 16.
Item 16 is the tabling of the performance agreements of the city manager and managers directly accountable to the city manager. Those are section 57 managers for the financial year 2025-26.
Thank you, ACDP, Councillor Konza.
Shalom, shalom once again, Madam Speaker. I stand to speak on item 16, performance agreements of section 57 managers. Allow me to first again quote from my guiding manual, the Holy Bible.
Councillor Konza, just can you have a seat? Councillor Smith, water. Can we give water, please? Can we give water, please, protocol? Thank you. You'll just lift your bottle. Councillor Konza?
Yes, Proverbs 14, verse 23. If you work hard, you will have plenty. If you do nothing but talk, you will not have enough. We must start, Madam Speaker, by acknowledging the inclusion.
Colleagues, please.
I hope the clock is not moving there, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. You can go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, so as I was saying, we must start by acknowledging the inclusion of other KPIs especially the increase in customer satisfaction index, which we have dismally performed as a city, and the 85% SLA respectively. Additionally, the percentage resolution of customer complaints within stipulated turnaround times, which includes the ombudsman, must be taken seriously as it has direct impact on revenue management and or collection. The stakeholder management KPI is a game changer in our opinion, because as the ACDP, our policy position is that broad consultation with the relevant stakeholders should be consistently conducted, as this will, one, enhance and nurture sound working relationships and enable efficient and sustainable service delivery. Two, a culture of payment and a sense of responsibility will be promoted. Three, introduces educational programs. And four, joint efforts by private institutions and community-based organizations will be normalized. The persistent service delivery challenges stem from a lack of effective implementation, which is a direct reflection on the responsibilities of our administrators and entities. It is imperative that we treat performance agreements and SDBs with the utmost seriousness.
The third row from the back. Can we please stop what we're doing? No, they know which side. Please. Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. You can carry on.
Yes, thank you very much. This should not be reduced to a mere compliance exercise under Section 57 and the performance management regulations. Instead, we must enforce strict consequence management to ensure accountability. As the ACDP caucus, we will closely monitor the target set. It is crucial that we move beyond a survival mindset and strive for excellence in governance. Municipal financial viability and management
31
KPI,
seconds.
The municipal financial viability and management KPI will be closely monitored as fiscal responsibility is non-negotiable. We continue to restate that both the acting city manager and the executive mayor to be decisive in taking action in instances of misappropriation of funds and non-performance. We cannot afford to have managers who are merely placeholders signing off documents without conducting thorough due diligence. We call on the administrators and entities to prioritize the implementation of council programs and the projects that will enhance service delivery. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor De Lange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I just want to bring this around to make a point, and everybody must please listen to me carefully and don't boo me or howl. Madam Speaker, we are all taxpayers in this chamber, and all the officials that works for government are also taxpayers. But there's a difference between us and the private sector. We don't contribute anything to the economy. The taxes that we pay flow back into the fiscus, where the corporates and the private sector out there, they pay taxes on something they produce or a service, and those taxes pay us. We get paid by taxpayers' money. Now, Speaker, I'm using this point because there's a difference between a performance management system and a contract, and I've picked this up even though the performance management contracts of the city manager and the Section 56 manager are in line with Section 57(1)(b), 4A, 4B, and 5 of the Systems Act. They do get reviewed annually, and then September, December, January, and April, they are also up for review. But, Madam Speaker, in the private sector, when there's a CFO, a MD, a head of a specific department, those people's bonuses are connected to personal performance linked with the performance of the organization. Now, that is lacking. I see if a specific Section 56 manager performs extremely well, they get a 14% bonus on their CTC. That is the first problem, Madam Speaker, because in that department, I'm taking my own Section 79, economic development. If the executive director If the department does well, she gets a 14% bonus. But the entities connected to that department is failing, and that is a problem, Madam Speaker. When you have a factory, you've got production, you've got packaging, you've got logistics, and you've got sales. If all four of those with the finance department doesn't perform well, nobody gets bonuses. Madam Speaker, my last concern with these performance management contracts. In the private sector, doesn't matter if you are a chief financial officer or you are a sweeper in the company. If there's a performance review in place and you do not achieve your KPIs, you get a written warning. Then you get a second written warning, third written warning, bye-bye, you're out the door. It looks like it's impossible to fire a city manager or Section 56 manager. The only thing that I could pick up, if they do not achieve their KPIs, there will be development support. Now, oh my word. If you are educated up to that level, Madam Speaker, nobody must hold your hand.
5 seconds.
Nobody must hold your hand. First warning, second warning, third warning, goodbye. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
EFF, Councillor Nhlapo.
Greetings to the Speaker, greetings to the EFF Chief Whip, the EFF Caucus Leader and all councillors at large. I rise on item 16, performance agreements of the city manager and managers directly accountable to the city manager, Section 57 managers for the financial year 2025 and 2026. The EFF knows the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nhlapo. Action SA, Councillor Coverdale.
Good day, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Good day, Speaker. The formidable 44, all protocols observed, and greetings to our sober-minded caucus leader, Marcel Couturiers. Speaker, agreements clearly link to the IDP Integrated Development Plan and the GDS Growth and Development Strategy. Strong emphasis on financial sustainability and clean governance, reflecting Auditor General's findings. Departments show sector-specific KPIs, but this shared outcomes like better service delivery and citizen satisfaction. Thus, the city manager PA sets the tone for accountability across all entities, linking directly to executive mayor oversight. Speaker, there are, however, risks observed. Some targets are broad and ambitious without clear resource allocations. Departments often rely on interdependencies, example, housing need finance plus infrastructure, which could delay delivery. Monitoring mechanisms vary in strength across agreements. High dependency on rates and tariffs in an environment of low collection rates. Risk of unfunded mandates, yes, Speaker, promises without matching budgets. Governance and accountability reflect weak consequence management historically. isiZulu, City unomlando umubi kabi. In Afrikaans sê ons slechter as slang ... se kulte. Speaker, risk of repeat Auditor General findings if oversight. There's a risk of a repeat. Just hold on. Speaker, there's a risk of repeat Auditor General findings if oversight is inconsistent. Not to mention the worst AG report Johannesburg has received in history. All this is under the leadership of the GLU. Service delivery protests show ongoing dissatisfaction. Kori residents are protesting daily for basic need: water, amanzi, water. This is a need for improved, there is a need for improved communication and transparency with residents. Projects often require multiple departments, example, housing plus roads plus utilities, but siloed operations slow implementation. In summary, the KPI agreement shows strong intent and alignment with the city strategy, but financial strain, skills shortage, and weak monitoring and infrastructure backlogs are the biggest threats to successful delivery. As Action SA, we want the best for our citizens and hope that the plan works out. The report is noted. Goedendag, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coverdale. The DA, Councillor A. Mare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, council officials, ladies and gentlemen, this is a sorry tale of how administrative bungling 14 years ago in the most exalted political forum in the land continues to confuse and confound. In 2011, a bill to amend the Local Government Municipal Systems Act was introduced in Parliament by the then Minister of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs. The laudable primary objectives of the amendments were to prevent politicians and other connected members of the tripartite alliance in search of a generous salary, pension, and the pickings of local government office from continuing to be appointed to senior management positions in municipalities and to professionalize municipal management. The bill passed through Parliament, but unfortunately for the Minister, the beneficiaries of this patronage did not take kindly to his interference. So much so that SAMWU, the South African Municipal Workers Union, brought court proceedings to challenge the constitutionality of the amendments. To complicate matters, new regulations had also been issued in terms of the amended Act designed to achieve the objectives of the amendments. The litigation took some time to reach finality, but eventually the tumultuous day dawned on 9 March 2019 when the Constitutional Court handed down judgment. The court held that the wrong procedure had been followed in Parliament in enacting the amendment bill and set it aside. This was despite the amending Act having come into force on 5 July 2011, almost 8 years earlier. The effect was that the amendments introduced to the Act in terms of the bill and the regulations which had been promulgated pursuant to those amendments were undone, and the Act and regulations in force reverted to their pre-amendment state. It is not known what became of the hapless parliamentary advisers who had steered the passage of this bill on the wrong course through Parliament. Eventually, a further bill, which largely resurrected these amendments, was brought to Parliament and enacted. However, the confusion caused by the impact of the setting aside of the original amending bill and the regulations promulgated in terms of its amended provisions has not been laid to rest. This is evident in the reference to Section 57 of the Municipal Systems Act in the report. The draft of this report has reflected the version of this section which came into effect following the setting aside of the amending Act by the Constitutional Court, but not the version which is currently in effect as a result of the further amendment of the Act in 2021 and 2022. In terms of that further amendment, Section 57(2) of the Act provides that the performance agreement must be concluded within 60 days after a person has been appointed as the municipal manager or as a manager directly accountable to the municipal manager, failing which the appointment lapses, provided that, upon good cause shown by such person to the satisfaction of the municipality, the appointment shall not lapse, and that it must be thereafter concluded annually, within 1 month after the beginning of each financial year of the municipality. The performance agreements in question are all signed on 31 July 2025, but it is not clear when the appointments took place. If these are new appointments, then the 60-day provision would apply. If the appointments took place more than 60 days before 31 July, then the appointment would have lapsed, unless the appointee has shown good cause to the satisfaction of the municipality as to why it should not lapse. However, there is no information in the report which would allow this House to satisfy itself that such good cause has been shown. This leaves these appointments open to potential attack on the basis of non-compliance with Section 57(2) of the Act. This administration would do well to check that there is indeed compliance before proceeding with the further steps prescribed in regard to performance agreements under municipal legislation. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mare. Councillor Tabane from the ANC.
Greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors. As I rise on item 16, the ANC note the report, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tabane. MMC Zungu.
No, greetings, Speaker. Greetings to Chair of Chairs, the MMCs, fellow councillors and the guests in the gallery. Speaker, while noting all the comments and concerns, I want to state this, Speaker. This report is very critical for tabling, Speaker. It is so because, Speaker, just a bit, Speaker. I don't know what happened here. Yes, Speaker. We are telling this report, Speaker, the performance agreements of the city manager and the managers directly accountable to the city manager for the 2025 to 2026 financial year. These agreements, Speaker, are not just a routine paperwork. They are contractual instruments of accountability, central to how we ensure that leadership in the city is aligned with our developmental mandate and the law. Speaker, the purpose of the report is primarily to present for adoption the signed performance agreements of all Section 57 managers as required by law. These agreements translate the city's approved IDP, budget, the service delivery and budget implementation plan into clear, measurable commitments for the executive leadership of the municipality. In terms of the Municipal Systems Act, Speaker, and the Municipal Finance Management Act, such agreements must be concluded annually within 1 month of the start of the financial year. Link individual performance to install performance, ensuring that the executive team is directly accountable for delivery. Speaker, the significance of this report is accountability and oversight. These agreements are the legal basis of which senior managers are assessed. Without them, the city would lack a binding framework to hold leadership accountable for service delivery outcomes. To ensure that every manager's scorecard is aligned, mayors and cities managers' priorities, and the city's turnaround and service delivery imperatives. This creates a direct line of sight between strategic objectives and a day-to-day performance. Speaker, in closing, the tabling of this agreement is more than a compliance exercise. It is about making the leadership of the city directly accountable for delivering on commitments, aligning management performance with council-approved priorities, and strengthening the governance credibility through transparency and oversight. Through this process, Speaker, we embed a culture where performance is planned, measured, audited, and acted upon, thereby ensuring that the city's leadership is not only employed to manage, but is mandated to deliver, Speaker. Therefore, Speaker, I ask Council to note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Zungu. Colleagues, the report is for information. Is the item noted? Thank you. We're almost done, almost. We are there, we are there.
Councillors, item 17, acting arrangements for senior managers.
ATM, Councillor Magwenchu.
Madam Speaker, the ATM is a proponent of good and progressive governance that is anchored on accountability. The perpetual acting capacity of senior managers in the city is not going to help the city achieve good and stable governance. Acting on key and strategic positions like city manager is a regressive step that will lead to loss of confidence in potential investors. Whilst we note efforts in this regard, the city should fast-track appointment of senior managers if it wants to demonstrate seriousness and commitment about good governance. Service delivery requires confidence. It requires continuity and bold plans. We need a committed administration whose technocrats we can hold to account. How do we hold to account a person whom we know is likely not to be there tomorrow because he or she is acting? Filling of all key vacancies must be done as a matter of urgency to avoid instability and reduce confidence. The public is watching us. The public is aware of the uncertainty that comes with acting arrangements. Let us be decisive and act with speed to allow the city to be back on a progressive and developmental path that will make it to be the world-class African city that will all strive it to be. The ATM warns that failure to fill vacancies, especially those of senior managers, will have dire repercussions for the city's plan on service delivery. Please, Speaker, let us take the people of Johannesburg who depend on us with great confidence. Peace in our land, peace in our lifetime. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Boer.
Good afternoon again, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on item 17, the acting arrangements for senior managers. And we're looking here at the progress report on current recruitment of senior manager positions. I think we must rather change the name of the report to the lack of progress report, because the only thing that has changed since 3 months ago is the date on the report. Madam Speaker, we've got 5 vacancies. The EH Office of the City Manager, publication date 3rd of March 2023, closing date 17th of March 2023. That's 2.5 years ago. And the status is in progress. Is this going to be in progress for the next 20 years? The City Manager, publication date 9th of March, closing date 31st of March. That's 6 months ago. Status still in progress. Are we still trying? We don't know. Council does not know. And then the other 3 are all the same. Group Head, Group Communication, EH for Social Development, and HOD Public Safety. Recruitment processes have lapsed. So what? Are we going to recruit again? Or are we just going to leave it and have those people as acting positions? Madam Speaker, I think if this council wants to be informed about the acting positions, we must rather go to the media. Last week already we read in the media that on the city managers recruitment progress has been finalized. Apparently, Floyd Brink, our previous city manager, has gained the highest score, 81. Apparently also, Helen Boters also applied for the position of city manager. So the media knows much more than we do know. Why is this council not informed about the arrangement for senior managers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. GA Councillor Getlesane.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let me start off by saying that the Convenes chambers is starting to deteriorate. You walk in here, the chairs are broken, lights are not working. When it rains, this chamber drips, it's leaking. When you go to the bathrooms, some of the bathrooms are broken. And sometime today, the lift was not working. Convenes chambers, may her soul rest in peace. Speaker, let me say that we sit in Section 79 committees, we sit in council side by side with politicians and officials, engaging in recruitment processes, appointing recommendations, making decisions on resource distribution, and management for development of the city and upliftment of our poor communities. Yet instead of breaking the cycle of poverty, and fixing a broken city when they're employed by the city, These officials are the ones ensuring that Johannesburg remains in a state of dysfunction, inefficiency, and stagnation. Cry the beloved, corrupt comrade country. Speaker, the city does not have a permanent city manager. Provincial government has appointed Mr. Kiba Kekana in an acting position. Mr. Kekana was sworn as city manager in 2009. You can go on and look on his profile on Google. JMPD does not have a head of department since 2022, and other departments are on acting capacity. The process of appointing these administrators in senior positions must be on merit, must be seasoned, and highly qualified. Indeed, Speaker, it's true that performance management framework was last reviewed in 2012, but I don't know who was looking at it by then. Institutional review was last checked more than 10 years ago. GICT, City Asset Register, we bought 1,000 vehicles sometime, a couple of months back. We don't know where these vehicles are. I don't know where they are. And when you ask the head of department, they don't know where these vehicles are. Over 1,000 vehicles we bought. Cities records management, consequence management, the list is long. None of these important areas were never actively implemented, despite our numerous calls for these officials for urgent implementation. Speaker, we know that City of Joburg is riddled with inefficiencies, mismanagement, and outright corruption. The decay is systemic. It is destroying what should be the economy heartbeat of our country. By saying that, I also want to welcome Nyamakai Zungu to the department. There's a lot to be done. I'm sure with you, we can do much. Speaker, for months and years, we have debated occupational health and safety compliance within city properties. We have debated the arrivals of fire engines. We received 2 a month or 2 ago. We have debated the Johannesburg Property Company, JPC, and the DKA Metro building. Debated the city's failed tender processes. Matters arising dating back 2 years. Conducted countless oversight visits. We have debated and argued over hundreds of millions of UIFWEs that are written off due to maladministration. We have made recommendations. We have exposed non-performing entities and individuals. We have held meetings after meetings, yet very little is done, or we are completely ignored. Speaker, the greatest betrayal is not just the incompetence of these officials. It is the fact that these officials are the very people who come from our communities in Soweto, in Alex, in Diepsloot. They come from there, who should understand the struggle of the residents of the city of Joburg, especially the poor communities. Yet they have become the new face of a failed government, all while singing liberation songs, smiling in their expensive suits, and pretending to speak the language of transformation and freedom. This is not just poor management, Councillor Rapaudu, through you, Speaker. It is also a calculated betrayal. While the city crumbles and poor communities suffer, tenders are handed out to families, friends, and cronies, often at a grossly inflated prices by these officials. These officials, the very ones entrusted with the city's budgets and performance, live in expensive suburbs, drive luxury vehicles, and remain completely detached from the suffering they perpetuate. These officials' incompetence and betrayal are just not painful, they are personal, they are devastating. Speaker, where the dear governed municipalities exist, they always stand as a beacon of good governance, clean audits, and service delivery that actually works highly qualified individuals appointed on merit, not politically connected cadres whose only concern is self-enrichment. Until we honestly and apologetically hold these officials accountable,
can the whips get their councillors to come in? I believe councillors are relaxing outside. Councillors are sitting and relaxing outside. Can we get them to come in? Can we get Councillor Nhlapo from the EFF? Councillor Nhlapo, EFF. Can you switch off your mic, Councillor Ketlasane? Thank you.
Greetings once more to the Speaker, to the EFF Chief Whip, to the EFF Caucus Leader and all councillors in the House. I rise on item 17. The EFF would like to commend the Department for informing Council on the currently filled positions. We know that out of 22 senior manager positions in the core department, 17 of them are filled and 5 are still vacant. As the EFF previously, we stated to the Council in June 2025 that if a person can act in a position, what keeps or prevents the city to appoint that person? As it shows that if she or she can act, that simply means that she or he is competent to occupy the position permanent. Today, I raise a critical issue of 5 senior management positions in our city are still vacant, and three out of them have no clear recruitment process, as per table shown on the report. Those 3 positions are crucial to the well-being of our people, yet recruitment for these posts have lapsed, leaving the city without permanent leadership. While acting managers are in place, we cannot continue with temporary leadership. Acting positions lack the stability and accountability we need as the city. The city of Johannesburg deserves permanent qualified leaders who can bring real change. As the EFF, we call for the immediate action to fill the positions with qualified individuals. The people of Johannesburg deserve a government that work efficiently and responsibly. Let's fix this and put the people's needs first. The EFF note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nhlapo. Action SA, Councillor Chuma.
Greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors, the executive, the fabulous 44. How could I forget the residents of Johannesburg in the gallery and across all platforms? Speaker, I think I must remind this council and the city of Johannesburg resident what Action SA stands for, particularly when it comes to governance. As Action SA, we believe in ethical leadership and good governance. We see these 2 as cornerstones to successfully running the municipality, which will be characterized by proactiveness in its administration and will effectively see the residents receive the service delivery they deserve. It is in this belief that we invite the residents of Ward 130 to vote for Action SA, as we continuously see Tshwane flourish under our Executive Mayor, Dr. Nasipi Moyo. Speaker, the report in front of us goes against this important cornerstone. We find it very problematic as Action SA. For instance, 3 positions on the report states that the recruitment has lapsed. That is not enough. We need transparency as this council and the residents of why. Then comes a classical case of malfeasance against the council and the residents of Johannesburg, cemented by the lack of political will by the executive. Since December 2024, the city has not had a permanent city manager. And the report states that the current acting city manager will act until the position is filled. Mind you, he is not the first one acting in this position. All we need to know as councillors is how far are you in the progress of filling this critical role? Because the posture we are getting is that you do not want to fill this role for reasons known to you, not in the best interest of the city and its residents. Only last week on EWN, it was reported that the former city manager is topping the list of candidates. Why do we have to hear this from news instead of it being contained in the report if you have concluded the interviews process or where you are in the recruitment progress? As we disappointingly note this report as Action SA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chuma. The DA, Councillor Sifan. Councillor, oh, thank you.
Good day, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, members of the Executive and the Legislature, all protocol observed. Item 17 deals with the acting arrangements of senior managers in the city, one of which is the Head of Department for Public Safety. It comes as no surprise that this acting arrangement has been allowed to lapse, placing the city and our residents at risk. Even more shocking is the fact that this position has been vacant for some time now, leaving the Department of Public Safety without stable leadership. Whilst crime rocks our city to its core and our emergency services continue to grapple with a lack of resources, the ANC-EFF-PA coalition sees it fit for a Hollywood scene to play out with actors at every turn. When will the ANC-EFF-PA coalition take the concerns of our community seriously and appoint stable leadership for the department? What will it take to convince the leadership of the city that our communities deserve better? Are they waiting for more death and destruction before they act? The DA urges the ANC-EFF-PA coalition to treat public safety with the seriousness and urgency it deserves. For too long, the department has been treated as the stepchild of the city. This situation cannot continue if we have any hope of stabilizing our city. The DA government would ensure that vital leadership positions are filled and that the department would be properly resourced and equipped to deal with rising crime and a growing need for emergency services. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finn. MMC Zungu. MMC Zungu.
No, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, while noting all the concerns, Speaker, and the comments, but I must state this, Speaker. I think we need to be honest,
MMC,
Speaker.
There was another name that we got in. ANC Councillor Ngema. Apologies, it's written in hand.
No, thanks, Speaker. Greetings to you and greetings to all the councillors in the House and the residents in the city of Johannesburg. The African National Congress notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ngema. MMC Zungu.
No, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, let me acknowledge the comments and the concerns from councillors. But let me also state this, Speaker, while I would want to critique where possible, we must also be able to comment where we are required to do so. I think, Speaker, out of 22 of this post, we have been able to fill 17, Speaker. I must then also confirm that the issue of the city manager is at an advanced stage, Speaker. And we've made some strides. And I think we do note that there might be some issues here and there, but I think we are working on them, Speaker. It cannot be all lost. We cannot be speaking as if this thing never happened under the DA. They were leading the city, Speaker, and they are from there. And they were not able to fill these positions that we filled, Speaker. And instead, they were just paging the officials, Speaker. So, Speaker, I then ask the Council to note this report, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, the recommendations on page 17.9, is the item agreed to? I'm going to put it again. Recommendations are on pages 17.9. Is the item agreed to? You still can't hear. You still can't hear.
The yes have it.
Can we go the third time? The recommendations on page 17.9, is the item agreed to?
Yes! Yes!
Colleagues, the yeses have it. Councillor Christians. Colleagues, can I listen to Councillor Christians?
Baie dankie voorsittende beampte. Ek staan in terme van reël 84. Madam Speaker, we'd like to record the opposition of the Democratic Alliance in this regard, and we reserve the right to take legal advice as well. Thank you.
Ek het gedink jy gaan voortgaan in Afrikaans. Baie dankie. I saw a hand. Councillor Coverdale.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Action SA would like to request a 30-minute.
I can't hear you at all. You
Action SA would like to request a 30-minute caucus break. Thank you.
I was asking on the item.
Item is closed.
The yeses have it, and the dissent of the DA. Thank you. MMC Zungu.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I want maybe Councillor Coverdale to assist me with the hairstylist. I'm like...
When people are tired, they say things. Councillor Coverdale. Councillor Coverdale. You have asked for the break. I'm addressing you. Can we please go for item 18? And then we're going to have a break because then the IEC comes in. So then we have a break. Let's move with this, and then we have then we do the item 3 that was asked for, and then the IEC is going to come in. Then we have a break. Can we do that?
Speaker, because Action SA is progressive, I agree.
Baie dankie. Okay, colleagues, item 18 is an in-committee item, right? Thank you. Okay, I see the cameras are off. Can we ask people in the gallery to please excuse us? And switch off your cameras. Those that have standing cameras, switch it off, please. Or even move with your camera. doors. We are going to close the doors. We are closing the doors. We're going for in committee. So if you're outside, you're outside. see when you are walking and you are putting your hand up and you are here. We need to look at who doesn't have the minutes. Can we get hands for minutes? Can you count how many minutes you are? Okay, so just start. You don't have minutes and you don't have report. You have the report. You only need the minutes. Okay, can you just hold on? They'll give it out now. apologize. I'm not sure why they didn't do it earlier. Okay, Sakumba, I've already said that, Councillor Sakumba. I've said that. Right? We all have the report. We all just don't have the minutes. Am I right? Can I have an indication how many of us don't have the minutes? Okay, it's not all of us, the others have minutes. Okay, so what we're going to do is, we're going to defer the minutes, but we're going to carry on with the actual report. So the minutes will be deferred. Those of you that have minutes, please put your minutes on the side so that we can take back the minutes. We'll take back the minutes. We will only deal with the report. Is that fine? Thank you, colleagues. I want to apologize. I don't know what the officials did. In all honesty.
to item 18, and that's the outcome of investigation into the alleged breach of the code of conduct for councillors, and that's for Councillor Nomoya Mnisi.
Can we call on the member in charge, Councillor Ran?
Madam Speaker, the DA would like a 15-minute caucus break just to discuss the item, please.
Councillor Ran has already read the item in. Chairperson that's speaking on this report. So we are aware of that. So I'm not going to give you 15 minutes, I'll give you 10 minutes. That's all, I'm going to give 10 minutes. And please don't take pictures of the report. Assembly, I'm asking nicely.
Speaker, it's cold.
Speaker, they took the report out. They took the report out.
annexure, the numbering of the annexure is not a problem when it goes to the MEC. I'm not sure whether that is satisfying to you. Jacques Wern, and the seconder is Devon Steenkamp. They've all been signed. Yeah, so can we... These forms are all correctly filled in and they are all accepted. Yeah, all three of them. Can we have these? Can we have the persons? Can we have the proposer, Floyd? Floyd Ngwenya.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by greeting members of the Mayoral Committee, Councillor Chauke, our incoming Chief Whip, all chairpersons of Section 79 committees, all councillors present, and guests in the gallery. Speaker, I, Councillor Floyd Ngwenya, hereby nominate Councillor Joe Mufokeng as the chairperson of the Section 79 Rules Committee as per Standing Rule number 24 of the Standing Rules. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can we have the seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you. I, Councillor Noktula Nofemela, second the nomination of Councillor Johannes Mufokeng as the chairperson of the Rules Committee, and I thank you.
Can the nominee accept or not accept?
Good evening, Speaker. I, Councillor Johannes Mufokeng, accept the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Van Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Christopher Evans Smith, hereby nominate Councillor Jacques Stephen Hearn for the position of Chairperson of the Rules Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the proposer? The seconder? Sorry.
I, Councillor Devon Steenkamp, seconds the nomination for Councillor Jacques Stephen Hearn for the position of Chairperson of Section 9's Rules Committee.
Can we have the nominee?
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Jacques Wynne, accept the nomination.
Thank you. Can we have the third one? Proposer Elmarie Atterbury, Councillor Elmarie Atterbury.
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw the nomination.
Okay. So there's only two. It's the one that was proposed by Councillor Floyd Ngwenya, and then the other proposer was Christopher Avance Smith. Can we have those that are voting for Councillor Joe Mufokeng? Can we see the hands? Yielded. IT. IT. Okay, you may lower your hands.
No, the whole process is wrong. It's flawed.
What? Councillor Coverdale.
Madam Speaker, the process that we just followed now, you read it out last week that when you start off, you should first, there's a certain way you should do it, and you didn't follow that.
Councillor, I cannot hear you.
You didn't follow the process which you just read out to us last week in the same council, that we first need to vote you need to show the dissent. The dissent first, and
Councillor.
then, and that is how, that is the process that was followed last week.
No,
and you
this
said
is not, it's not a motion. It's not a motion.
But
we
even
were
if it's
doing
just
an
in the
election.
voting process.
It's not a motion. We were doing an election.
And Speaker,
it's
then
not a
secondly-
motion.
secondly,
Councillor,
I asked
can we
for a
not? It's
caucus
not a
break.
motion. It's
Speaker?
an election.
Yes.
I'm going to call, as long as I am being still the speaker, I'm going to ask that we workshop all our councillors so that we can understand the rules. I must be honest with you, there was a term when people knew their rules by heart. And I think it's time that we do that. Because I've noted that people are agreeing party line, but they do not read the documents of council. So I'm going to ask, and I'm going to definitely do that whilst I am still the speaker, so that we know our rules. Thank you so much. We are now going over to the next item.
Councillors, the next item is the election of the whip of council.
I don't have it. Colleagues, we're just waiting for the process. Okay, is the IEC here? Thanks, colleagues. Can we carry on? Okay, the item has been read in. In terms of item 7 of the scheduled elimination procedure, if no candidate receives a majority of the votes, as we are continuing where we left last week, the candidate who receives the lowest number of votes must be eliminated and a further vote taken on the remaining candidates in accordance with item 6. This procedure must be repeated until a candidate receives the majority of the votes. When applying sub-item 1, if 2 or more candidates each have the lowest number of votes, a separate vote must be taken on those candidates and repeated as often as may be necessary to determine which candidate is to be eliminated. In terms of item 8, further meetings, if only 2 candidates are nominated or if only 2 candidates remain after an elimination procedure has been applied and those 2 candidates receive the same number of votes, a further meeting must be held within 7 days at a time determined by the person presiding. If a further meeting is held in terms of sub-item 1, the procedure prescribed in this schedule must be applied, which we are going to do, as if it were the first meeting of the election in question. If at a further meeting held in terms of sub-item 1, only 2 candidates are nominated, or if only 2 candidates remain after the elimination procedure has been applied and those 2 candidates receive the same number of votes, the person presiding at such a meeting must determine by lot who of the 2 candidates will hold the office for the election that has taken place. So councillors note that the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC, has been requested to again conduct the elections and they have acceded to the request. I therefore request all councillors to cooperate with the IEC in this regard. The meeting will now proceed with the elections of the whip of the City of Johannesburg municipality in accordance with Schedule 3 to the Act as mentioned earlier. At this point, I will ask the IEC to take us through the election process. I thank you. IEC. IT, can we have the mics working?
Thank you. Good evening, Speaker. Good evening to councillors and officials of the city in our midst. We are continuing with the election, and I'm just going to repeat a few things since we are just going to be repeating the processes again. Just for the benefit of those who are new amongst us, we are going to have an election which is going to be conducted in secret, and the form of identification will remain a green barcoded ID or a valid ID card, smart card, and nothing else will be accepted. And in relation to the vote, each voter will be entitled to cast 1 ballot. The voter's roll will be the one which was used when we started this election on the 28th of August. And the names of the voters will be called one by one per party. And I think the sorting of the party is alphabetical. So we are going to be setting up a voting station in the middle here. And in relation to the ballot paper, the last time when we stopped, we had 2 candidates, and that will remain the number of candidates which will be contesting the election of today. So we are not going to waste much time other than to indicate that we are going to request that the political parties nominate the party agents, as we have always done, so that they will then observe the process. And I should indicate that in relation to printing of the ballots, we are going to be printing the same number which we have been printing in the past, which is 273. And then that number will be confirmed by the party agents before we start with the voting process. May I then, without further ado, Speaker, just request that IEC be given about 20 minutes to set up the station so that we can prepare for the election.
You are granted. Councillor Niemand.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance will like to have a 30-minute caucus break, which can include the 20 minutes which the IECs just need extra 10 minutes, if you permit that.
We'll come back at 19:30. We'll come back at 19:30. It doesn't sound good if you are screaming, because I don't know if you're saying fast or far. We'll come at 19:35. Can all caucus leaders get their members in? Colleagues, can all caucus leaders get their members in?
Don't start.
Colleagues, we are back. Caucus leaders, are your members here? We are going to start. IEC, it's your process. Councillor Niemand. IT, can you please assist with the mics?
No, thank you, Speaker. I asked for a caucus break, and thank you for allowing us that. I'm ready to report back. Speaker, on Thursday night, I informed you that I believe that you're outside the process. And in light of that, and after you've announced now, and it's clear that you're just continuing, the Democratic Alliance will be withdrawing from this process as we deem it to be illegal. We are reserving our rights, and thank you for allowing us for the caucus. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. In light of what has just been said, Madam Speaker, please, can it be noted that the Democratic Alliance is deliberately collapsing caucus? And if they leave, can they be taken to ethics? Thank you very much.
Councillor Christians. I did not
cancel. Sorry, I do cancel.
Not recognize you, Councillor Christians.
Oh, you said Councillor Christians.
I was going to say to you, Councillor Christians, when Councillor Niemand put up his hand to speak, no one screamed at him. No one. No one. Councillor Rapadu stood up and everybody started screaming at him. And it was his point. Councillor Ran, your hand was up. Just hold on. Councillor Rapadu did not finish. Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm saying, Madam Speaker, in line of what has just been said, this is a deliberate attempt to collapse this council. Deliberate. So in light of this, Madam Speaker, and I think you are the only speaker here, please, Madam Speaker, can this be noted so that tomorrow when we write to ethics, it can be noted on this regard? Thank you very much.
Councillor Ran. Councillor Ran's hand was up before yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm using the Councillor Evan Smith's mic just so you can see me behind the boxes. Madam Speaker, just for the record, the Democratic Alliance is not leaving the room, so we are not collapsing the meeting so that there's no quorum. However, I am withdrawing as the candidate in light of what Councillor Niemand has said.
Colleagues. Colleagues, before I give you the opportunity, Councillor Belinda. Colleagues, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? I will give you a chance. Colleagues, can I have your attention? I think Is everything fine there? Colleagues? Is the council okay?
Uncontested.
Can we settle? Okay, Councillor Rapadu, can I speak? Can I speak? Colleagues, Councillor Niemand, can I be honest and brutally honest? And maybe sometimes that's my downfall, that I am very transparent and very honest. After Thursday, I consulted with the IEC to ensure that I'm doing the right thing. And I consulted with the IEC again this morning to ensure that I'm doing the right thing. Because if I was not doing the right thing, I was going to admit and say I didn't do the right thing. But I spoke to the IEC, and I was given the confidence that I did the right thing. And I'm going to leave it there. Because I did speak to the IEC, and for whatever reasons you are withdrawing, it is noted that you are withdrawing, and that's just what it is. But I can tell you, and the IEC is here. The IEC is here. I consulted with the IEC. I consulted with legal to understand whether I'm doing the right thing, because I'm very scared. I don't like courts. I don't like courts. I didn't even get married in court because I'm scared of that. So that's where I am, and I have the conviction that I've done the right thing. Councillor Belinda, I'm closing this, and I'm not going to open it up for anybody else after this. Councillor Belinda, I can't hear you. Are you speaking in silence? IT, can you assist her with the mic?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as far as I recall, the rules allow free speech and allow caucuses. And there are times when caucuses have to consult when we raised an issue. And that also include consulting with our legal team. I just want to say, Madam Speaker, I would like you to ask Councillor Rapadu to withdraw. We were very clear that we were withdrawing from the process. We never said we are leaving the council chambers or we are withdrawing from council. We said we are still here. We are withdrawing from the process based on legal opinion that we have sought. So he must please withdraw it.
Thank you. Councillor, can you withdraw what you said that they're going to collapse? Just that.
Withdraw what, Madam Speaker, exactly? Withdraw what, exactly? I want to be sure when I withdraw. Withdraw what? What? Withdraw what?
Okay, Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Rapadu, I've spoken to legal, and legal says whilst they are here, they are not collapsing. They are just withdrawing the candidate, and they are withdrawing from, yeah. As Councillor Rand said, they are withdrawing the candidate. So that's what we are taking in. They are withdrawing the candidate. Councillor Rapadu, can we move on?
Madam Speaker, I'm sure that this council allows for free speech. And where I've erred, Madam Speaker, where I've erred, and which I think I haven't, I will withdraw for the sake of council to continue, just for the sake of council.
No, not for the... Councillor Rapadu, just withdraw.
You must join me in training.
Madam Speaker, I'm saying I'm withdrawing because I want council to proceed.
He needs to join me in training.
Colleagues, Councillor Christians, I saw your hand up. I want to proceed. And Councillor Rapadu has withdrawn, right?
Throwing.
Can you please switch off your mic, Councillor Christians?
Madam Speaker, for the sake of unity, I'm withdrawing. I'm withdrawing unconditionally, 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 for the sake.
Councillor Christians. Okay, Councillor Christians, you've withdrawn your hand, nah?
Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm still sitting is the first time I put up my hand, you told me I was shouting at you and I must sit down. Second time I put up my hand, you told me to sit down. That's why this time I just sat when you called me.
No,
Madam Speaker, I'm rising in terms of Rule 72.
Councillor Christians, I'm not a bully. I said Councillor Rapadu's hand was up. He spoke. I asked him to withdraw. He withdrew. I then said to you, Councillor Rapadu has withdrawn. Are you withdrawing your hand that was up? That's what I asked you. So you're shaking your head, and that means no. So can I hear what you want to say?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm rising, in terms of the rules, you are allowed to allow for debate, which you did when Councillor Rapadu was speaking. And that is why I raised my hands on a point of order. Madam Speaker, you have breached the rules again there by allowing him to continue to debate. Now, the rules is very clear, and legal can tell you that if you allow one councillor to debate, you have to allow everybody else in the House to debate. And that's what you did with Councillor Rapadu, because he did not stand on a point of order. And that is why this House denigrated into the manner it did, Madam Speaker. All our leader did was stand on a point of order to say that Councillor Rapadu misled the House and he needed to retract what he said unconditionally, which he did not do twice. When I raised my hand the third time, it was to say that in terms of the rule, when you rule, he has to to do what you say. He cannot be debating with you, but you allowed it to happen again, which is again a breach of the rules, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we cannot have this House denigrate the way it is because you are not following the rules. Please do that, or else we'll be sitting here till 10 o'clock every night. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, there was no debate. I insisted on him to withdraw. Even when he said he's withdrawing with this and that, I said, please withdraw unconditionally. And it seems like you are wanting a debate. There was no debate. I reprimanded him in withdrawing unconditionally.
Dialogue.
Giraffe.
Colleagues, I'm carrying on. I've closed. Councillor Rapadu has withdrawn. Councillor Rapadu, please. He has withdrawn. Councillor Mhlongo. Shoo. In terms of item 5 of the schedule, if one candidate has remained, the person presiding must declare that candidate elected. Councillor Chauke is the remaining councillor. Councillor Chauke, where's Councillor Chauke? So I declare him, ne? So Councillor Chauke is now declared the whip of council. We spoke to IEC, ne? We asked. Colleagues, can we settle down? Can we settle down?
Councillors, we are now on announcements and closure.
Can they hit the bell? Hit the bell. No, 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 don't.
Malema zophatha. Umalema zophatha.
Colleagues, can we close the meeting? I want to close.
Uchuzophatha.
Councillors.
Osiphethe sibhamu.
Councillors.
Iyoha. Uchuzophatha.
Councillors.
Osiphethe sibhamu. Iyoha. Uchuzophatha. Iyoha. Osiphethe sibhamu. Iyoha.
Olavu zophatha.
Osiphethe sibhamu.
Councillors, Chair of Chairs, can you assist me to calm them? Councillors, can we just complete the session? Can we complete the session, please? Councillor Zita, can we complete the session, please? Colleagues, I'm closing. We don't have any announcements, but congratulations to Councillor Chauke on being the whip of council. And yeah, we are closing the session. Thank you very much. And there's no announcements. We will then swear in the councillor on Friday morning at 10 o'clock. You'll be sworn in as the whip, as you are an official. And we will also then have council on the council date. Thank you so much. May you all travel safely.